Good evening, one and all. How is everyone this fine Friday? Welcome in for those who have spent their time celebrating Christmas. How's your times been? I hope you've had a wonderful festive period. Those celebrating Hanukkah as well. Those not celebrating at all, I hope you've had a great time too. Lovely to be back. We're back here now with IFK Mariehamn in Finland. We've got a lot of admin to do essentially. But let's first say hello, because we have the most wonderful, the most amazing Levi is here. Lovely to see you, Levi. Oh my word, there are many of you here. I've spent, whilst I've been talking, I've been trying to scroll back and I've only just got there. We have Hole Fab in, Hole Fab is in. We've got RJ is in, Adam is in, DM Bassist is here. We have Tatsugiri. We have DM Bassist again. It's just so important to me, DMB, that you get multiple mentions. Quadmo is here. Knight of Knee is in over on YouTube, as is Kevin van der Beek and Titanium Nick. I see that we've got a little bit of Hue and Go. We've got some FMG&G. We've got some Brazilian Fury as well. We've got a Johnny Trotter. We also, as we was just about to start up, I saw Robbie Joey came in. I see that we've got Flux in. We've got Ladislav Almasi in. Down Reuters here as well. El Norby is in as well. My word. Lovely to see you all. So for those that haven't seen my more regular streams, it's going to be perhaps a little bit more chaotic, maybe a little bit less mental breakdowny, and definitely quite croaky. One big change you're going to see is that the games are a little bit more homebrew. So we stopped kind of around the hour part after a break. We'd come back out and we'd play some Guess the Player or Missing 11. That's brilliant. That's fantastic. But I tend to like to do it with my own little twist on it. And DM Basis has redeemed a round of Missing 11. So we're going to head on in and do that to start off with. Then we'll catch up on what we've been doing otherwise. Whilst we're doing that, I will also try and catch up there. I've seen that we've got Lefe98 is in, asks what season are we in. We've just completed season 2. There's a very small summary in the description there over on YouTube, I believe. So that should kind of give you a little bit, but we're going to catch up in a moment. So yes, here we've got, I need to switch over to some sources. We've got a Missing 11. The way it works is you need to just guess the players in chat, and if you guess correctly, it's going to reveal. And this works both in Twitch and on YouTube. It reveals automatically. I'm trying out some things, so it might go a little bit wrong. That does mean, though, that you do need to be a little bit quick on the draw, because as soon as we reveal what the game is, people are going to be throwing it in. You have there the lineup, that the formation the team used, and then instead of shirt numbers, you've got how many letters are in their surname. So right now, just in a couple of moments, I'm going to reveal, and then you guys just go for it. Go for it as like the wind. So here we go. So Hungdamin asks, what is the team? What is the match? I've just said I'm about to reveal it. The team and match is Bayern Munich in the Champions League final, 26th of May, 1999. And so we have an early guess coming in for Khan. And, oh, don't worry, that has happened. Don't worry, it has picked up. We've got Macias as well, Matthias in there. Guess has come in for Leno and Samido. Link has been guessed, Babel's been guessed, Basler's already come in as well. Someone's gone in for Beckham, for Leno as well again. I think I might need to type... Right, I'm timing out Quadmo. This is unfair. This is unfair. Time out Quadmo. Far too many correct guesses in there. We've got to give someone else a chance to get some points. Sorry, Quadmo. I'm half expecting him to sign in with a new account. It's only 60 seconds. Only 60 seconds, my dude. So, looks like we've done pretty well so far. We've got loads and loads of guesses correct there. We've got Khan, we've got Babel, we've got Linker, we've got Matthias, we've got Effenberg, we've got Jens Jeremies, we've got Mario Basler, we've got Karsten Janker, we've got Alexander Zickler as well. We've got Kafour. Who got that on Kafour? I think that was out Fab. He managed to get in there with Kafour. Jonathan Edwards went for Schweinsteiger. Unfortunately, Schweinsteiger wasn't in the lineup. So we're just down to the left back. And this is going to be absolute chaos trying to work out who's got the points. But it'll be a point for each correct guess there. So Tarnat RJ's got Tarnat indeed. Some other guesses that came in was Saniel. Crodmo out indeed. It was Crodmo out. We had to give everyone else. Oh, did it delete his messages? It shouldn't have deleted them. Boo. Oh no. Oh no. Bugger you, RJ, says Tatsugiri. RJ managed to just get there in ahead. I think the same. Out Farby managed to just get in ahead of Tatsugiri with Kufor as well. So we had some other guesses in there. Some great guesses. We had Zaywabuta. Somebody went for Gail Clichy as well. That's a bold guess there, Jonathan Edwards. Taylor the Tapes also got Michael Tarnat. And I will do a check on the times over on the stream when I award points as well, because I do appreciate that there is a slight difference in time between the two of it. So RJ was late on Yanka and Effenberg. Give me one. You got them. You got them. I mean, it's all good and well. So my word, you guys got through that one quickly. I thought so tonight, for the first couple of ones that we do, we're going to go with some slightly reasonably easy ones, and then perhaps by next week we'll start to get a little bit more. Crudmo should be back. It was only 60 seconds. It was only 60 seconds. I've got the timeout option on him again. Where are you, Crudmo? Where are you, Crudmo? The barefaced outrage of it. I know the absolute cheek, but like you were far too quick, my man, far too quick. We had to give others a little bit of a chance, and that's the only way I could do it. You know I love you, my dude. You know I love you. So yeah, next week we've got one more of those to go, but next week we're going to have slightly harder ones. I will also warn you that the Guess the Player is going to be probably a little bit easy, because I was originally planning on doing them during the week, and the only connect are going to make up for it. So there we go. Jonathan Edwards coming in with Titus Bramble. Wouldn't it have been cool to have Titus Bramble in that Bayern Munich team? I finally put a game from your generation and he bans me knowing the freaking answers. Crudmo, you've got loads in there. I think you've probably picked up the majority of the points from this. You were absolutely running away with it. Beautiful stuff. I reckon I don't know the exact number, but I reckon you've got a good 5 points out of that. So you'll be doing fine. You'll be doing fine. I've just got to remember not to touch this era ever again. Cosmo's messages went whoosh. They did indeed. Like, I've never seen a man type so fast, and I've seen him drum. He doesn't move that quickly. So Ladislav Almasi, they're all with the spelling. So the spelling has to be correct, but it should pick it up regardless of the case. So if it's all capitals, all lowercase, all correct case, it should be absolutely fine. With players like Lothar Matthäus that you see there, you don't need to have the accents on the letters. So I'll be setting it up with all the permutations. If someone's got like 3 accents in there, I will have it set up so that if you only get 2 of those accents right, it'll work. If you only have 1 of them right, it'll work. If you have none of them, so yeah. But if you get the spelling wrong, like if you add an extra letter into their name, you miss a letter out, for example, unfortunately it won't pick it up. It's going to be I can't run through all the permutations, unfortunately. So which idiot picked Clichy, asks Jonathan Edwards. Now, I'm certainly not going to call you an idiot, Jonathan Edwards. So I don't think any idiots picked Gail Clichy. Clichy, give me your keys. So isn't Crobmo's generation the 80s? It probably is, to be fair. So fun fact, I think the day of that Champions League final was the day after my final university exam. Okay. Tatsugiri was trying to type out Salihamidzic. That would have been tricky indeed. So RJ says, let's see if it's that easy. Right, so let's head on over. We've got a round of Guess the Player as well. So Guess the Player is a much more chilled game. So you're going to see 4 pictures of a snapshot of a player's profile in FM24. This is using the default database in the game right at the start. So maybe a player has moved in real life over the summer, someone like Manuel Ugarte, for example. But in this, he's going to still be at Sporting. They're going to be at the team that they're at the beginning of the game. Your job is basically to guess the player as soon as you possibly can. The more points you get, the earlier you guess, the more points you get. And I run these leaderboards that you can see underneath there. So we run a weekly leaderboard, we run an all-time leaderboard as well. So the points you get, that ends up contributing there. So let's head on in to the very first clue we've got here. The first clue is that this player is an advanced playmaker. Best position, central midfield. Also natural at attacking midfield. Can play out on the wings, can play up front as well. Not a ball-winning midfielder, not a Carrilero. So guesses are coming in nice and early, and the running jokes that are here that it's always going to be Federico DiMarco. It's not DiMarco, sadly. So RJ's gone for Stroikens. Now, look, I'm not one to tell you what to do with your time, RJ, but going for stroking this early in the evening, that's just going to leave you more tired, I assure you. So is it Tony Kroos? It isn't Tony Kroos. It isn't Yanis Hadji. Xavi Simons is a fabulous guess. It's not Xavi Simons. It's not McTominay or Mount. It's not Socrates. It's not Socrates, unfortunately. Bruno Fernandes. We've got 3 people going for Bruno Fernandes from those things. El Norbi, Gizmobi, and Ahmed Unal. It's not, unfortunately, Fernandes. Not Havertz or Erdegaard. Indeed, it is a 3-star player, indeed. Wirtz has been guessed. Alex Scott is a fine guess. Omar Mamouche, Kudus. I'm not familiar with Ismail Garbi, but Ismail Garbi has been guessed. It's not there. Let's move on to the next clue. See if this helps at all. This is the player's profile. Maybe you want to look at the traits. They can be a good hint as to who the player may be. This is a player with excellent flair. Not particularly got any great weaknesses. His weaknesses are long throws and marking, but otherwise quite rounded, really. So we've got guesses for Szoboszlai or Chris Rigg, maybe. Chris Rigg's a nice guess. Is it Eze or Paqueta? It's not Eze or Paqueta. It's not Maicon either. ACAB Europe is in. Welcome in, ACAB. I hope you're doing well. Ladislav Almasi fan has gone for Morgan Gibbs-White. RJ has gone for Xhaka. Flux has gone for Almada. Unal has gone for Gabriel Sara. Guess has come in for Lothar Matthäus. João Felix, Cole Palmer, Harvey Elliott, Pogba, Curtis Jones. I'm now going to stop you guys, though, because we do have a correct guess, and it was a little bit back. Now, one person is guessing a lot. One person is managing to rattle out those guesses quite quickly, and that is Ladislav Almasi fan. And you know that scattergun approach can sometimes work. That scattergun approach can work pretty well because it is a decent Premier League level player. It's a decent level Premier League player at Nottingham Forest. It is indeed Morgan Gibbs-White. A fabulous 3 points there to Ladislav Almasi fan. Beautiful, beautiful work there. Nickname 123321. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Sadly, it wasn't Ziyech. Don't rattle your guesses out quickly. You'll only get banned. Crodmo, I need to correct you at that moment. You didn't get banned. You just got timed out for a minute. Just 1 minute. So Rafael Silva had gone for Danny Olmo, which was a fabulous guess as well. So the Todd Burley inside me being released, indeed. He said easy. I mean, yes, okay, I appreciate RJ. It's going to certainly be easier for those who are English or follow the Premier League closer. Morgan Gibbs-White, though, quality player. It only counts for you, Crudmo, indeed. So well done coming in from Jonathan Edwards. Rounds of applause coming in from Fizzy FM, Johnny Trotter, RJ and El Norby. Absolutely deserved. Right, let's recap on where we are now. So, at the end of the last stream, which was on Monday evening, we had just finished the season. We finished in 7th, which is a bit of a disappointment. Last year we finished 4th. This year we ended up in the relegation group, and we did okay. We generated more of a gap between us and 8th, and that meant that we got into the European places qualification, which is a chance to get into the Conference League right at the early qualification rounds. So the preliminary rounds, those are the words we're looking for. And we faced up against Gnistan. And as you can see, Gnistan are in the final because we lost. Now, I'm not saying that we lost purely on this basis, but there may have been a slight misstep. I might have thought there was a 2-leg tie. And so with us being quite happy and level, I was quite happy for us to hold this over and head for the home game. I'd made defensive substitutions. And then all of a sudden it was extra time and penalties. That didn't change anything. We still missed two penalties, and it was like our first 2 takers, right? So we probably would have got knocked out anyway, but you know, a slight misstep there. And that means that our chances of Europe are now over. and we're going to look to retool. After finishing 4th in the first season and then dropping off quite significantly the second season, we need to get ourselves back into the top half of the table. Really establish ourselves a little bit better. So Crodmo says he's way too old to be placed on the naughty step. I disagree. And for the record, my wife says they're all haters. I'm sorry. Send my apology to Cloda. I'm not going to apologise to you, but I will apologise to Cloda. Crodmo wife out is now a new hashtag. Free Crodmo. I do like the idea of free Crodmo. So Hungdamin says, I'm back to an image of the Nottingham Cole Palmer. It is indeed. It's not, however. It's not Anthony Alanga, unfortunately. So Playmaker asks who got promoted. So right now we're still, I assume they're still in the process there. KTP have gone up automatically. SJK will be in the playoffs. So they will be obviously facing off at some point, potentially against Ekenas. Ekenas, I think, had a pretty decent season last season, and they really dropped off. I hope they go down, though, because maybe we can plunder. We need to retool the team. Gamers don't have wives or girlfriends, says Holy Fab. Yes, he is older than you think. So, wow, SJK in the first division, weird to see. They got relegated in the first year. They finished rock bottom, only picked up a really bad season for them. Let's show you here. So 20 points they got in the end. They were pretty much rock bottom right from the... Actually, they were not right from the start. Can we see last season's previous positions? We can't. So I think after 2 or 3 games, they were second and then just down all the way from there. So yeah, there we go. Right, so let's have a look at the squad. I've done to start off with is I've cleared out... Oh, no, I haven't. Bear me one moment. We switched formations to this Unai Emery let's call it a pastiche, a celebration with a midfielder that tucks inside, a Morgan Rogers who kind of starts off the left but has freedom to kind of go and attack, an attacking wing back, and one wing back who's a little bit more conservative on the other side. So that's our Leon Bailey. And that's going to be the idea, and that's what we're going to be planning on going forwards. And that means perhaps a slightly different profile of player. So I'm going to clear out everyone on the squad planner, and from here we're going to basically identify which players we want to keep out of the squad. We are going to be quite happy making the squad as small as we possibly can, focusing on using up our loans limits of 5 players a year to hopefully bring in some very good players, and make sure that we're mixing in a decent amount of youth. We've got quite a few youth players who are certainly going to be contributors. You will meet the wonderful Arvid Lundberg in a moment, as well as Jimmy Slayman, a nice festive name for a country that's almost always Christmas. So we're talking about Crodmo's age. What's the count for the bathtub streams, asked Sakab. Very high. Very high. Apparently I'm going to need to get a inflatable jacuzzi for it. And I need to do that at a time when my landlord doesn't know. That would be an idea. No idea. Lots of subs. Lots of sub licensing too. Very true. Been absolutely fabulous to support. Very much appreciate it. So only 5 years older. So Crodmo is only 5 years older than Holyfab. So he's old. As long as there's at least one person 1 year older than you is old. That's fine. You can keep on moving that barrier. So Tales of the Tape says, if you'd ever sign Pio Esposito, please don't make Despacito his celebration song. So Tales of the Tapes, right? We did the AC Moneyball save. My first Twitch series was a creator club with AC Moneyball, and we had the other Esposito, the defensive midfielder Esposito, Salvatore. And I did do a Esposito Despacito song, but I didn't like it. You've seen how bad my songs are. I can tell you it didn't even reach the standard of those. So if we ever sign an Esposito, I'm pretty confident Despacito will never happen. Only 8 subs left for the bathtub stream, you say. Dear God, no. Dear God, no. At least the title this season you had, the Injuries Championship. We always winning the Injuries Championship, man. So next season will be better for sure. Fingers crossed. So there we go. These guys are now talking about the dating scene as gamers. So let's go through and look at the squad we've got. So Mattias Riikonen was our keeper. He conceded more goals than expected. Generally speaking, in fact, if I'm going to be bouncing around a lot of screens, I do apologise. But if we pop to player detailed, he conceded the least goals of any goalkeeper in the league, which might make you think, actually, maybe he's quite good. Well, the problem is that we split between two goalkeepers. He played 15 games. Lasse Schultz played 13, so almost equally half and half. He's not been good. If he carried on and played the full season, he'd be down here. So we very, very much need to replace him. His expected save percentage is 77%. So he's expected to save 77% of shots. He actually saved 64%. He's a long way down. So he's a goner. He's out of contract in about 2 weeks' time, and he's going. Lasse Schultz came in on loan. He was also pretty rubbish, so he's gone. We won't be trying to keep hold of him. So that's going to be a big need. We have a young goalkeeper. Per Edlund will move up to the senior squad. Now he's not ready for first team football yet, but he's kind of for this level. He's got some very good attributes already. For those not familiar with the way I play, we play semi-attributeless. So instead of attributes, we have icons that show like a range. Here, if there was a big white dot here, it means that attribute is 16 or above. These green ones, these kind of big green ones, that's between 11 and 15. These smaller, slightly darker green ones are average, that's between 6 and 10. And these really small dark green ones are between 1 and 5. So I like a keeper that's got good agility, good reflexes, good rushing out, good positioning, good concentration, good one-on-one. So for a young player, he's already kind of got a decent starting point at this level. So hopefully he can develop into something that will be useful. You might be happy to have him as a backup, but certainly not going to be someone we look to rely on. So I'll add him to the squad planner. I'm not allowed to. Oh, maybe because he's already going to be there because I've just promoted him. At right back, we have a gentleman named Saku Savalainen. We signed him this season. I'm kind of happy with that. He's really creative. 0.31 expected assists is incredible. He's scoring goals. He's winning a good amount of tackles. 84% is really good. He's good in the air, 72%. He's a bit careless with the ball, but that's kind of what we expect. If someone's going to be constantly crossing it and creating chances and doing the more expressive kind of things, they're going to give the ball away a little bit more often. So that's kind of okay. So let's just say that why go out when you have Mustermann? Definitely you should go out. Going out is much better. Jonathan Edwards wants me to sign Tom Lowry. I'll certainly take a look at Tom Lowry, but I doubt we will. So I'm more than happy to take suggestions. Part of the problem is that we don't have much of a scouting range, and because of the way I play, I have zero information on him at all in terms of ability. I can't scout, and I therefore don't know some of the kind of the additional stuff. So most of our signings are going to be centered in players that we can bring in on trial, or players that have been found by our scouts, and that's going to be in that Scandinavian area. But yes, by all means, do make recommendations. We'll be happy to check them out. Just there might be most of the suggestions we might not be able to consider, unfortunately. So is Muster married? I am not. I believe what people like to label asexual, which it means essentially is I just don't give a shit about any of that. Are we suggesting that RJ should date Mustermann? Now, I will make exceptions. Now, for RJ, sure. For RJ, 100%. But anyone else, it just doesn't work for me. Love is love. I love this colour scheme, says Dan Reuter. Thank you very much. I mean, we based it off Mariehamn's kit colours. It doesn't work as a... Like, I haven't done this, given this out publicly, because the white as an accent colour causes some issues with text in various screens that I very rarely visit, and I wouldn't want it just becomes a bit of a nightmare. Where I know it's not fit for public consumption, but great when we're in a screen like this. So for goalkeepers, is jumping the same as aerial reach? No, it's not, but they are kind of related. So they are separate. They are separate attributes indeed. Just get a Nana. No, I want a good goalkeeper, RJ. Thomas Galvez open for loan. I have no idea who that is either. I'm happy to look, but again, let's see what the situation is. A player again that we're not able to scout. It's going to be very unlikely. A player who's got a value of 7.4 million. Let's be honest, we're a long level below that as well. So certainly he's winning his tackles, which is cool. He's not very creative at all. He's no Daniel Enquist. We'll meet Daniel Enquist in a moment. Aerial reach is in technical, jumping in physical. Jumping is the feet, aerial reach is the hands. That's a good way of saying it. Oleg suggests that I could look in the Ukrainian league. There are hidden gems. There may well be. We don't have the Ukrainian league. Okay, so I appreciate there's a lot of new people in here, so let's talk a little bit about the setup as well. So the way that we set it up over here is that we focused on, we knew we were going to be managing in Finland. So we've picked up the Scandinavian nations. So we've got Denmark, we've got Norway, we've got Sweden. We then picked up Russia as well because it's very close by and there's a strong Finnish diaspora in Russia. And then there's also a big diaspora in the United States and in Australia and Canada. So that's why I've taken that. For those that don't know, diaspora is people of a nationality that have then moved away. Now, in some elements that can be displacement that's not particularly welcome. But other times it's people who've emigrated and they still have that connection. So there should be people like Finnish second nationality coming through in these countries potentially. And then we have the big leagues. So England, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Spain, Portugal. In terms of detail level, however, the detail level is going to be mainly focused on the Scandinavian nations. That's where we're going to be getting our players from. That's the level of player that we're going to really be able to attract. And that's where we're going to get the most accurate data that we can compare to the players we've got. So our focus is going to be those players. So did the skin not show aerial reach? It doesn't show aerial reach. You are right, Ladislav Almasi. Something I only discovered a little while ago. But as I say, they tend to be pretty much linked to jumping reach anyway. They're very, very close. It is an oversight though. So for goalkeeper, I remember Sondre Rosbach was good for me in Norway in FM24. Let's have a look there. Oh, double H. Sondre Rosbach playing for Stabæk. His wage is very, very high for us probably. We can't scout him at the moment. He has been bad. He has conceded 0.23 goals more than expected, unfortunately. So almost 55k per month in a club from Finland is suicidal. Yeah, we'll pass over that, I'm afraid. So just the new goalkeeper. Nope, we've only got as far as the goalkeeper so far, Nick. We're going to need a lot of new players. Right, the detail level is the advantage of playing FM on a strong PC. Indeed, and well, I mean, this isn't the strongest PC. This detail level is quite low for what I would normally run, but because of the CPU and having to stream at the same time and various other things open, I have the detail level down a lot lower than I would normally if I was playing offline. But then again, I don't mind slow loading times. So if it takes like 30 seconds to get through to the next day, that's not too bad. So let's carry on there. So Night of Knee says you can look in Portugal. Sporting has some young keepers for loan, perhaps, quite possibly. And we'll get to that in a moment. Because of our scouting, and I will repeat myself, I'm afraid, sorry. Because of the scouting, we're going to be very, very much restricted to the players that are brought forwards to us. If we don't know them and we can't have any information on them, I said, again, we're probably not going to be looking for them. So what positions are we buying today, Hungdamin? We'll get there eventually. We will get there at some point. 0.23 is worse than Reekinen, it is indeed. Who's the bloke with the pumpkin head at 17? Igor Lofgren. So we do our own face pack here. I say I do it myself. It's just me. I'm a one-man thing. Let's carry on. We were looking at right backs. So our right back is Saku Savalainen. Matis Ajala also played that. For most of the season, we were playing with wing backs. He's split his time between that and midfield. He's pretty decent. Pressures, semi-creative, kind of dribbles. Doesn't really do so well in terms of winning back possession, but that's okay because he does the pressuring side of things. So he's a player we can certainly build around, but isn't necessarily that great, so I don't mind if he goes. By the way, MustermannFM, thank you very much for the follow. And Moggy Mog earlier. I do apologise for missing that one, Moggy Mog. If you guys are comfortable chatting, love you to get involved. Let us know who you support or who you're playing with in FM. Love to hear you, but there's zero obligation whatsoever to do that. Savalainen can play at left back, but our starting left back is this guy called Daniel Enquist. They're kind of quite similar. Savalainen and Enquist, both very good at getting forwards. Both doing well in terms of tackle win rate of 81% there. We've got 75%. Not so good on kind of like the build-up kind of side of things, but definitely a player that we like and we want to keep. Daniel Enquist is really bad. So from the attribute profile, he's kind of improved since we started. When we started, he didn't even have good positioning. But in terms of his possession, his attacking, his defending attributes, he is below average in all of them. However, he also registered 5 goals and 13 assists for us this season. He is a legend, a man with supreme confidence, despite being on paper a little bit crap. Yeah, let's get to the defenders now. So Pumpkinhead, Igor Lofgren is a new gen who came through last season. He didn't really play much, just in the cups, but quite encouraging start. He wins his tackles 75% of the time, headers 85% of the time. He's 6'5" at 17, and he's light-hearted. He's our gentle giant. I love my gentle giant. I really hope that he's going to turn out to be a decent player. He's not very good on the ball, loses it quite a lot, but he does try and send it forward quite a lot as well, which is quite cool. So there's a player that we're hoping to use quite a bit next season. Let's just add him to here. Savalainen will be added as well, as will Enquist. Ajala currently is a maybe. Where's this? Why can't I add him to the squad planner? Am I being dumb? Add to squad because it's not in the squad thing. I'm being dumb. I am being very dumb. So that's Igor Lofgren. He's definitely going to be a backup. Our star defender is a guy called Patrick Reitinen. I say he's our star defender. So he wins 81% of his tackles, 67% of his headers. That's a bit low. Part of the reason it's low is because of what we see here. He's a target at set pieces. He scored a decent amount of goals for us, which was marvellous. He's on the ball a reason well. He sends it long, so it's not that much, actually. He's not that great in terms of maintaining possession, but doing a good job at sweeping up loose balls. So he's our star defender there. So let me catch up a little bit there. So we'll watch St. Truden today for you. For Bertocchini, indeed. Rosbach fell off. It does look that way, unfortunately. So who are we signing? All of them, the whole team, quite possibly. Not me, my bad. Forgot about that. Maybe worth a try. No, absolutely will be worth a try. Certainly, I hope that our director of football might have his eye on Portugal, because the youth players of big teams. I do think youth players of big teams might not be interested in us from a reputation standpoint, but that is what I'm hoping that we can fill the squad out with. So let's just have a look there. Sorry. We should play Money by Pink Floyd while doing so. Dear God, I would love to. We'll do a cover because I don't think Pink Floyd would be all that happy with us using their music in stream. So Oleg says, started a jobless save with no coaching badges. I ended up taking a job at under 23s with Antwerp. Was it a good idea? Absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't it be a good idea? An interesting way to start the career and work your way up through, which could be quite cool. Welcome in, by the way, Lego. Thank you very much for the hydrate. Yes, really appreciate it, and thank you for the follow, my dude. Marinus has said, hi, Masterman. I'm at Toluca at the moment working on the Pentagon Challenge. Marvellous. How are you? did you start at Toluca, or have you already won some things somewhere else? Hugo loves tall players, so we'll be a fan of him. I mean, a 6'5" centre back, I really want him to be amazing. Can't you add the goalkeeper then? No, I think because we just promoted him to the squad, he's automatically added to the squad planner, so that was fine. Just discovered your YouTube videos. Think it's been really informative and given me a new perspective of playing the game. Greetings for Finland. Welcome in, Paddy. Lovely to have you in here, and hopefully this will be good for you as well, because we're currently in Mariehamn. Although I don't know how the Finnish feel about Åland, given that, you know, Åland kind of wants to be Swedish. So maybe that's not a good thing. FC Jazz, Crude Mo's calling out for. Jonathan says some decent value with some of these players. On the surface, yes. But when we've tried to sell players in the past, we found it very hard to get buyers. So I'm hoping we will be able to come around. Which lets us talk about Machado. Machado had a worse header win rate, a better tackle win rate than Reitinen, but he's going to be opting out of his contract, which ends next winter. So he's going to be transfer listed. He's not part of our plans. Sorry, I should have added him to the squad planner there. Our other centre back is Alexander Forsström, a man with some very stark eyebrows. He's played kind of everywhere, so mainly played in defence. Otherwise played covered at left back, sometimes defence midfield, sometimes at right back. Didn't mean to do that. So his chart is a little bit confusing. He wins his tackles, not as great at his headers, but he's really, really progressive. Playing out wide, he's been very good at pushing the ball down the field, which is something that can be quite useful for us. We're going to be playing quite not a direct style. We play short passing, but we play at a high tempo, and that means having players that can push it forward are going to be very, very useful to us. He's ideally basically our first backup defender. So we'll have Kuitunen, who we'll show in a moment. We'll have Reitinen, and then we'll have Forsström to back up both positions, in theory. So this is Kuitunen. He was a free transfer that we signed this season. He's won 75% of his headers, 84% of his tackles, and he wins the ball back a lot. That's basically the thing. He's not particularly safe on the ball. Neither of the defenders are. But we're not looking for ball-playing defenders. So he's been good. He's been a really, really solid acquisition and has kind of made the starting spot his own, which is marvellous. I keep on going to squad rather than squad planner. So we've got starters. We've got a couple of backups, but we will need to round out our defence. So let's see. Paddy underscores Barcelona, but internationally, but locally Ilves. You live in the same city as the Ilves team. That's bad. That's bad answer. No, it's not bad at all. Ilves obviously are a very good team. So they won the league last time. They finished only third this season, but they do have a pretty good track record against us. Actually, it's not that great. Everyone keeps on saying that Ilves are the bogey team, but we have. Let's have a look here. So Ilves have beaten us 4 times. We've beaten them 3 times. We've drawn once. So, but they have knocked us out of the Liga Cup semi-final in the first year. They did beat us in the Championship group last year. Yeah, very, very good team. Amazing logo. They've caused all sorts of problems. They haven't. It's fine. Not terrorised us at all. So I'm very sorry, Ligo. I don't understand. I think that's Turkish, is it? I can't read that. I would ask, if possible, to type in English. Unfortunately, I don't have any kind of translation tool available here, so I'm very sorry about that. I guess we both agree that HJK sucks. That's fair. All right, yes, I write in my own language there. Okay, Ligo has seen that. Yeah. So Ligu. Yeah. Again, unfortunately, English chat only. Sorry. Yes, Crodmo, tell us how we actually pronounce Ilves, because all my pronunciations is probably bad. Ilves' new stadium is really nice, is it now? Let's pop back, see. Is it that stadium, or have they... Oh, no, that's not the new stadium. That's 1931. So they've built a new one very recently, then, I take it. So, yeah, Ajala we've looked at. We've looked at the centre-backs. Our midfielders, we have just signed Dahlstrom to a new contract, so he's definitely going to play a part. He's going to be kind of like the player that dictates things from deep. We're not looking for necessarily most creativity, but we're looking for someone that basically does a lot of everything, which he does here. 76% tackle win rate for a defensive midfielder is good. 73% header win rate for a defensive midfielder is excellent. He's kind of creative. He can dribble. He can progress the ball. Again, not particularly safe. That's going to be part of. That's going to be a common theme with the way that we play. He's like our star player. Always, we see lots and lots of lovely balls over the top from him down the channels. He is our star. Alongside him, we've got Michael Foncel. He wins his tackles, doesn't win his headers. He's safe on the ball. Or Emmanuel Chukwuemeka. He wins his headers, not as good with his tackles, but also quite safe on the ball. Now, both of them, their contracts expire next year. So they've both got 1 year left on their contract. Both kind of play the same role. They're both players that are defensive midfielders that can play in defence. Foncel is 6'2", but only wins 45% of his headers. Akereke is 5'11", but wins 81% of his headers. And he played quite a few games in defence as well. So we've got to make a decision there as to which player we're going to look to move on. And bizarrely, let's rephrase that. Not bizarrely, stupidly, I want your opinion on it. So I'm going to say, who should we keep? I know who I want to keep. And it might be because I really like the picture. But I want to know, based on the very little information you've got, essentially in terms of performance, Akereke is better at headers, Foncel is better at tackles won, Akereke is better at possession won, Foncel is better at possession lost. So, let me move that out of the way. Let me know which player we should keep. I mean, it might turn out that we can't sell the one we tried to get rid of, and we have to sell the other. But yeah, this is where we want there. So Mariner started his job at Mariehamn Gallants, but not for long. Magasi was next. Then came Supersport. Had a terrific time there, winning the African Champions League. Went to Uruguay, Boston River. Not successful. Went to Iwata, Japan, and successful. Won the Asian Champions League. Now at Toluca for the CONCACAF. Fingers crossed. Sounds fabulous. I've really enjoyed my time managing in South Africa last year. Did quite a bit of research as well, because the league is crazy. Like there's teams that are like all over the place. So like Mariehamn Gallants used to be called something else, and that team used to be called something else. And what happens is they buy licenses, and then they buy a team, move the team, get rid of the team that was already there, and rename it. It's really confusing. And do they actually have a Lynx mascot? That's a good question, Tatsugiri. Chris Norton Walker is in. Good evening, Chris. How are you doing, sir? I hope you're doing well, man. Last summer was the first season with a new stadium. Right, that makes sense. My pronunciation is good enough. Don't know how to type it, how we say it, but for English-speaking person, it is probably saying Ilves. I say Ilves. Ilves or Ilves. I'll swap between the two, so at least one time I might be close. So yes, we're talking about Picky Tea Day. Idozi is starting for Anderlecht. Interesting. So Akereke picture, can't leave the team. I mean, I'm not going to. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I want to keep Akereke because of his picture, and the fact that he's been quite good in the air, which I think is quite cool. Keep Chucky says Holofab. Pomelo 818 is in. Hi, new to the stream. Sorry if this was answered before, but is there any way to get this squad view you have? I noticed the name of the view, so I guess it's complicated. Thank you. So, right, okay. There is a way to get it. However, I don't advocate the way to get it. Which is probably going to be stupid. You will often come into streams and people will say, sign up to my Patreon, subscribe, and do all that. So, this squad view causes issues. There are explanations there. There are explanations in the FAQs for the skin as well. Unfortunately, because of the way that I've had to do this to make it work, you can't see players who are out on loan. You can't see players in international squads or anything like that. So I don't feel it's good for public release. However, for people that do really want it, it is available through my Patreon. So the Continental license perk on Patreon comes with a number of benefits. You get not just credited videos, but you get early access, or you sometimes get to get voting rights. You get access to all my resources, so all my spreadsheets, the dashboards for my Moneyball clinic. You get the director's cut versions of videos when there are director's cut versions. But in those resources includes all skins I've made as well. This skin is designed to work only at 1600 by 900. There's another version with the same features that's designed to only work at 2560 by 1440. So you can access it, but I wouldn't consider, if the only thing you want is the skin, I would not recommend signing up to the Patreon. Because that alone is not enough of a benefit to make it worthwhile, and it doesn't come with support. It arrives as is. I'm not going to be then making it to work at different resolutions, I'm afraid. So Adam did the Patreon thing, so good man. You know what to do there. Ilves also has a hockey team, which is huge in Finland, more so than football. Cool. So there's over here yesterday too. The fog's been crazy, man. The fog has been crazy. Chris Norton Walker says, does anyone know when the co-op shuts near me? Sure, I could Google it. You probably could. No, I don't know. It closed 15 minutes ago, I'm sure. That would be typical. Finnish people are too good at motorsport too. They are indeed. Especially F1 and Rally. Right, so it looks like Chukwuemeka Okereke is sticking around, which is good, because I also spent a long time making sure that I knew how to actually properly pronounce Chukwuemeka, and not the way that English commentators pronounce it. So Fons Chukwuemeka into the squad planner in our more defensive role, Dahlstrom in the more all-action role, Fonsell onto the transfer list. And as I say, what might happen is that no one will come in for him. We also have Adam Juhi. Juhi is a young player that we signed last year. He's probably going to be the backup for Dahlstrom. As we can see, he's quite good at the expected assist side of things.
Statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you very much, Catch22. A resubs with Prime. He only gets one Prime. You only get one Prime. I really, really do appreciate it, my dude. For 2 months, going to lurk and take a nap. Try and keep it down, geez. I'm sorry. Is it a little bit better down here? Can we still? I'll bring it. Here we go. There we go. But it will still be very loud when it comes to it's not the statistics, because it's not the statistics. But you tell me, how do you balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle? Yep. So Adam Juhi, I think he's a great backup to Dahlstrom. He's better in terms of creativity, better in terms of goals. A little bit more careless. A little bit more inactive when it comes to possession one. Not quite as good with dribbling. I think he's a really, really good backup for us. There we go. Incidentally, I haven't actually looked at these before this stream. So we've looked at that during the course of things. So we are actually kind of doing this live rather than like some prepared things. So there will be times where I will get things wrong. Now, we're looking to play. So we're going to look to play. The way the tactic is going to work here is that this guy is kind of like John McGinn. He's going to cut and he's going to sit a little bit deeper, right? So he sits inside, and it kind of makes a midfield three with the halfback, the playmaker, and the wide midfielder. And then you have our left back getting forwards, him trying to provide the width, and then basically one of these two players can kind of move forwards. So we're looking for a central midfielder type of player who just does his defending out wide, maybe kind of like a wide playmaker. So Dylan Shambost might be that man. Dylan Shambost is a player we signed for in Syria in the Moneyball Clinic thing. By the way, HCast04, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. So I see that you've asked a question. Do I have attributes hidden? So the skin we use is a non-attribute skin. It's an iconic attribute skin. We use icons instead of numbers. Those icons indicate a range. Big is between 16 and 20. Good here is between 11 and 15. Average is between 6 and 10. Low, 1 to 5. So it's the same ranges that the default skin uses for the colors of the attributes. So we have an idea of attributes, but not the granular detail. And that's the way I play. So Paddy said that Ilves play there mainly, but some national team games. This summer, for example, women national team played there. I saw because Tatsugiri, I think it was Tatsugiri asked about it being a shared stadium, didn't you? Yes, indeed. I don't know if it's shared by other teams, as none of the local teams play in the highest league in Finland. Yeah, there we go. RJ says, if I can choose a player from Belgium for the big question, you'd say Christos Cholis from FC Bruges. It hurts to say it. These things happen, but it does seem it feels right to me that he's not the Greeks are taking over the Belgian league, aren't they? What's that young lad? What's that young lad who's at Anderlecht? Is he at Anderlecht? The guy who's kind of got I think he's got Belgium's second nationality as well, but we're going to keep hold of him. He's gonna be a Greek player, I hope. So yeah, Shambos is a player we want as our kind of wide playmaker-y type. He's not very good defensively. Doesn't win his tackles. Doesn't pressure much, but he is quite creative. He's registered 9 assists for us last season, 8 goals. When we played him further forwards, we tended to lose as well. So I want to try him a little bit deeper. And as you'll see, Adam is Dylan Shambosh's biggest advocate here. Right, now, by the way, welcome in Stevie Jackson. Welcome in Hervan Ryan as well. I will respond to you guys in a couple of moments. We're about to head into a break. Now, with the breaks, I take the breaks as well. Get up, stretch my legs, refill my drink, poison my lungs, go to the toilet, all those kind of things. So I'm going to see you guys in about 3 minutes. All right? And welcome back. So, just before we went away, Out Farby redeemed a round of Only Connect. Let me explain how this game works. And as we are about to head into it, I'll catch up a little bit with the chat there as well. So, Only Connect is based on a British daytime game show. You're going to see 4 pictures of players, one after the other. They have a common connection. Your job is to guess what that connection is. Now, I'm not going to... The pictures of the players won't tell you who they are. You'll need to work that out and then work out the connection. So if you know who the player is, I recommend chucking it in the comments. That way you can kind of work together to find out what that connection might be. There is points there, so it ends up on the leaderboard. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. Now on a Friday, I tend to be a little bit more tricky with the rounds. So during the early part of the week, we'd end up with some relatively easy connections. These ones might be a little bit harder. Sometimes they might be a little bit abstract, or it might be related to something very, very specific. So just a kindly warning. So let's head on in and see, firstly, if people can recognise who the very first player is. And so Stevie Jackson, by the way, welcome in. You said that you're kicking up a new save. Who are you planning on playing with? Hervan, welcome in as well. Lovely to see you there. So Tatsugiri says that Isaac has been the best player of the season. I think that's a pretty fair shout. He's a quality player. I'm amazed he's still at Newcastle. Paddy has said you struggle with English and responding. I mean, your English has been absolutely perfect. Understand exactly what you're saying. You're high on painkillers and recovering from surgery. I hope you recover quickly. Yeah, absolutely zero issue whatsoever with your responses. Koretsas was the Greek player. Thank you, RJ. Yes, that's the one. So we have people saying that this might be Kalinic or it might be Strinic. It is Kalinic. Surely, I was going to say surely you should know it's Kalinic, Quadman, but now I'm thinking of Jelavic. So RJ reckons that the clue might be they had a chocolate cake for their 12th birthday. That is a fine guess. Unfortunately, only 3 of these players had a chocolate cake on their birthday. The 4th one went for a lemon drizzle. Lemon drizzle. It's not Jelavic. That's what I was thinking for a moment. Yeah. So is it players sent home early from a World Cup major tournament? That is a fabulous guess. It's not that, I'm afraid, but that is a fabulous guess. Jonathan, by the way, over on YouTube, how many goals are Arsenal putting past Ipswich? Has the game started already? Are they already winning? Is it going to be a big score? So as long as Arsenal win, we're good. Understandably, Everton wanting to make sure that Ipswich stay as low as possible. So Stevie is going for unemployed, simming to the January window. Then you'll see what jobs are going. Aiming for Belgium or Turkey for something different. Then going to take a stats-driven approach inspired by the Moneyball series. Fabulous. Sounds good. So all players hate their national team managers or other related personnels. That's a fine guess. And Jonathan has gone for played for Wolfsburg, which is an absolutely fine guess as well. It is neither of those things. So let's move on to the second player and see if this helps at all. As I said, it's a Friday quiz, so it is going to be a little bit tougher. Hopefully having them in their national team kits might help a little bit. Indeed, it is a Polish player, so it can't be Jonas Wind. Who dis, says RJ? Quite possibly. So Ladislav Almasi is going for red cards during a major tournament. That is a very fine guess as well. Johnny Trotter and Hcast, however, they know who it is. It's Gregor Krychowiak. I should really make sure that I choose players that I can pronounce, really, shouldn't I? By the way, Hank, welcome in. Lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well. So Out Farby is going for scored on their national team debut. That's a fair guess. It's not that, I'm afraid. Ladislav Almasi saying sent off versus Almasi's mighty Slovakia. That's you are sticking true to your words with your Ladislav Almasi fan knowledge. DM basis, their wives are also professional sports persons is a very, very fine guess. It's not that. That's going to be it. That keep that one in the back of your mind because it's not the next one tonight, but I am definitely going to use that at some point. That's going on my lovely little list. So Rich Sun has gone for managed by Sam Allardyce. Good guess as well. Unfortunately, it's not that. So when I talk about my list, I have to watch these back for totting up all the points, and which is why I say out loud the ones that I'm going to add, so that it reminds me when I have to hear it back. They have been bought, but the club they were at by the club that they were at on loan at. So it's not that. I'm fine. Out Fabi has said played in the 2015 Europa League final. It's not that. It's not that, Out Fabi, but you are remarkably close. Interpol has gone for played in a Europa League final, which is very, very, very similar. The next player might help. Just work out what that next little thing to that is. So it's something to do with international, though, surely. Just because they're shown in their international kit doesn't mean it's going to be to do with international. So it's Bacca. It is indeed Carlos Bacca. So is it that they played in England, Spain, and Italy? Unfortunately, the next clue rules that one out. Johnny Trotter reckons it has something to do with nicknames. Sevilla players, says Dan Reuter. So they've scored in a Europa final. You're very close. I think like the first person who puts those two things together is clearly going to be the winner, right? Surely we've got 2 points. Very, very close to being quite specific. Very, very specific. So scored in the European final as well from Holefab. Played in Europa League final for a Spanish club. Went HCast. Won multiple Europa Leagues, says Hank. It's close there. So Jonathan Edwards is coming. We've mentioned it is Bacca, correct indeed. All players who won the Europa League with Sevilla has gone hung them in. And there we have it. So there we have it. Adam, the silent assassin that he is, he just waits. He just waits for all the clues to be brought together to swoop in and beat out Fabi to the punch. It is indeed scored in the 2015 Europa League final. The last one was going to be Ruslan Rotan. So Nikola Kalinic opened the scoring for Dnipro in the 7th minute. Gregor Krychowiak equalised. Carlos Bacca gave Sevilla the lead. Ruslan Rotan equalised. And then 17 minutes from time, Carlos Bacca got a second to win the 2015 Europa League final. Well done, guys. Well done. Red card in Europa final would have been a good guess as well, Jonathan. Crudmo, the man who can remember everything from long before 2015, sadly has a blank there. And I completely agree with him because I remember pretty much every aspect of my life from like 8 years old up until about 2003. 2003 to 2023, not a clue. So we've also had the last missing 11 redeemed. So let's head on over to the missing 11.
It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Chris Norton Walker, you absolute gentleman. We subscribed with his Prime for 3 months, and he says whoop. Whoop indeed, you absolute gentleman. How do you measure the balloons? Maybe in PSI? I don't know. So let's head on to the next round of Missing 11. This is the last one, I'm afraid, for the evening. We have 2 of each game. So you're probably going to be able to guess the team by the colours at least. And it's exactly the same rules as last time. We are looking for this lineup. You will find the team revealed in a moment. And then you'll be able to guess. So let me press off the hot one. Let me put this in. It's Roma versus Barcelona in the 10th of April 2018. De Rossi and Florenzi have already come in very, very quickly. In fact, very, very quickly. Too quickly. So a lot of guesses coming in for Totti. There is no Jesus there. We have Alisson being guessed. Manolas has been revealed. De Rossi, Florenzi, they've been revealed. How quickly can you get revealed? So there's no Mkhitaryan, unfortunately. So there isn't Jesus. There is a Juan, though. Szczesny's been guessed. Montella. We've got Santon being guessed. Pellegrini. Out Fabi's managed to pick up on Strootman. It's 2018. Yes, Roma versus Barcelona. 10th of April 2018 in the Champions League. Spinazzola is a fine guess. Unfortunately not. Rudiger isn't there. Dan Reuters come in with a bit of Nangalan and spelt it correctly. ACAB got in, or did ACAB get in with Dzeko? No, HCast came in with Dzeko. Marvellous stuff. Alfarby's picked up Kolarov as well. So we've got just 2 players remaining, I think. 2 players. A right centre-back, 5 letters long. A right-sided striker, 6 letters long. Can I remember who it is? Well, Anastav Almasi thinks it might be Schick, and it is Schick. See, it's just been revealed. So who's that last centre-back? Is it Perez? It's not Perez. Is it Fazio, says Potato? It is Fazio, Potato. Potato comes in. You guys are incredible. You're incredible speed there. I love the fact that I've managed to automate it, because if I was trying to keep up with you guys, my word, that was pretty damn incredible. The one player you love more than Almasi. Fair enough. I really wish that Schick would be more consistent. Automation for the win. Automation for the win indeed. That's going to be the trick going forwards. If I can automate all the other rounds as well, that'd be incredible. So I think I managed to catch up with chat. So yeah, Hank was the last saw in. Beautiful. There was a goal disallowed somewhere. What was the goal disallowed? Is that the Arsenal Ipswich game? I'm taking it. Yeah. So what is the score in the games at the moment? I would very much appreciate it. And now you guys are trying to drown me. Let's hydrate. Do love a good waterboarding. I do love a good waterboarding. I think you're just trying to teach me to put a cool down on that, aren't you? I will learn to put a cool down on that. Maybe that's what's going to happen in the next break. Schick scored a beautiful goal the other week as part of his hat-trick. You'll love to see it. For fuck's sake, I got 2 substitutes. That's tough, Tatsugiri. That is tough. Has to be the biggest concentration of football nerds on earth in these chats. Quite possibly nickname 123321. There is a reason why Crodmo has been calling us the Mustard Orcs. I think it's a fair accusation. It's 0-0 and not started. And Wiss's goal was disallowed. Right, okay. Time to waterboard Musterman. It is. In fact, I'm so glad I managed to mute in time. So, time is Juan the same player as Juan Jesus? It is indeed. But the name is officially recognised. His moniker is Juan. Mustard Orcs is a term of endearment. It really is. 100%. 100%. So where we were with Dylan Shambos is going to be our potential wide playmaker-y type player without being actually the wide playmaker role. On the right wing, I'm thinking we have our top goal scorer, and there are going to be people in chat who are going to say, what on earth are you thinking? You were told to play him as a striker. He was amazing as a striker. And you're kind of right. You're not kind of right. You are 100% right. But he's pacey. He can create. His dribbles are low because he was playing as a striker most of the season. He is still wanted. He's wanted by HJK though. And I'm not interested in selling him in the league. If someone's going to come in for him from outside of Finland, absolutely going to go. Olawale is a legend. 18 goals from 15.86 XG. It's incredible. We started off playing him as a wing-back, which is why it says wing-back there. And then in the first season, our assistant manager said, come on, just play him up front. And he was. He was an amazing striker. They were completely right, and I was an idiot. So Ladislav Almasi has a UCL final penalty shootout. Is there a way I can increase my chance of winning, or is it just a lottery? I've had pretty bad luck with penalty shootouts in FM in the last few years, so I can't tell you. That's going to be one for chat to help. Save scum, says Crodmo. What are you talking about? He was amazing as a striker. He was amazing as a striker. So we're buying a new striker, reckons Johnny Trotter. Well, no, this is part of the reason. Part of the consideration is that he's quick. He's pretty good at creating chance, and we've seen that he did a very good job of setting up Lundberg quite a lot this season, running the channels and then crossing it in. And if we're going to be playing in a single striker formation, the idea is either that he'd be the shadow striker, which isn't really a role that he plays. He's not an attacking midfielder. We've played him in almost every other position, or he plays as the central striker. I mean, that's a target forward at the moment, but we would change that depending on who the striker is. But with a single striker, and we have Arvid Lundberg and Jimmy Slayman, I think we would benefit from having Olawale out wide. Potentially. Yeah, I said... oh, yeah, sorry, you were just saying what I'd say you'd say, indeed. I'm not going the full 120 versus basket. Well, the second time you win it in normal time, right, Ladislav Halmasi fan? Do we already have a song for him? We do indeed. We do. I did that this morning. I haven't uploaded it to my soundboard thing because we're not going to play any games tonight. But yes, we do have one which hopefully we'll hear on Monday if we get that far forwards. Everything in FM is basically a lottery. True. So, nickname has suggested Edvin Alstbo might be an option for you to sign as a winger playmaker. Sure, let's have a look at Edvin Alstbo. He's there. He's in the reserves. He's on loan. We have very little information about him, but for the reserves, he's doing okay. Not really dribbling. So I'm guessing that league, the Tipping League and Avt 3 is not an active one. We've not gone down to that level. So yeah, his stats, these stats, because they're not at full detail, won't be accurate. Or when I say they won't be accurate, they're not comparable to what we're looking at. So it's difficult for us to make a judgment. And as I say, we can't scout him. So thank you for the suggestion. Unfortunately, as with all, I feel bad with all. I'd love to be able to move these suggestions further, but we can't really do anything with that, unfortunately. Your season 1 Atlanta getting to penalties is better than I imagined. Fair enough. So Crodmo's just lost his penalty shootout to Wolfsburg. Bloody Wolfsburg. 4th tier in Norway. Fair enough. Hi there, glad to catch a stream with you again. Welcome in, Struble94. Always nice to play FM with your skin while watching on save. Lovely to have you in. Who are you playing with at the moment? Yeah. How is your save going? Our backup at right wing potentially is Daniel Rockman. Now Rockman has a cheeky little smirk, and that's kind of a reason for us to keep him. I know that's not very scientific, right? He played a few minutes, he then got a big injury. He's not performed well enough. We played him occasionally up front, occasionally on the right, occasionally at wing back, occasionally at attacking midfielder. He was best as a wing back. That's where he got his assists. So when we moved to this formation with a right midfielder, that's essentially doing the things that the wing back was doing. So I hope he can, but he's probably on borrowed time. I'm not convinced we're going to be offering him a new contract at this rate. Now for the shadow striker role, we've got Albin Skoglund. Albin Skoglund scored 11 goals in 1,500 minutes, but he wasn't very creative. So in the battle between Shambost and Skoglund played fewer minutes, scored more goals. Shambost played more minutes, but was also much more creative. So I see like Skoglund as being that second striker, that person who's going to be a lot more direct. And that's what we're hoping for. Maybe okay, like 0.64 goals, 0.38 XGs, marvelous stuff. He did score a couple of penalties in there. He scored one penalty. He scored one penalty and took 4. So if you think of that, that actually means that he's underscored his XG when it comes to penalties. So that makes his current figures actually even more impressive, really. We have Adam Larsson. So Olawale can play as an attacking midfielder. So we might play him there. I just don't know if we'll get the best out of him. We've got Adam Larsson. His contract's about to expire, but he's played enough league games that his 1-year extension is going to be triggered. And Adam Larsson is meant to be a striker. He scored around his XG, but generally not been very good. As a striker, kind of dribbles, doesn't create, doesn't score, doesn't pressure. I think we're getting rid of him, basically. Which is a shame, because we've got a song for Adam Larsson. Oh, pardon me. I didn't manage to get it in time there. So let's see. Daniel Smirkman stays, says RJ. Just for the smirk, he has to. And Playmaker wants us to check out Oni Sutari. Just you wait a moment with that. Because I have seen his name pop up before, and one of the things we're probably going to look at, I think he's going to come up. So chat, what do you do when save starts to feel like it's becoming too easy? So Holofab suggests resign and take another team to glory. Yep, start again somewhere else. That's exactly what other people are doing. Start a new one or continue a sell elsewhere. Ladislav just lost the penalty shootout. Used up my luck when my third choice keeper saved a 95th minute Salah penalty in the semi-final. Still an amazing achievement nonetheless. Strubal's playing with Hanover and doing really well so far, building slowly and trying to be realistic. Now in 2030, a top 5 club in Germany, but just one cup trophy won, no league title. Having problems with my tactic though. And it sounds like you're certainly, the tactic's certainly doing pretty well to be able to get there and move up. So it just sounds like it might be the last couple of tweaks there. Always next year, but Lookman wants to leave. Think of it this way, Ladislav Amasi, that's money that you're going to get in, and then you can find a new hero. Hungnamin cashed out. Mitoma handicap will only make you poor. I don't understand betting, I'm afraid, so I once placed a bet, put a tenner on, thought I'd win about 80 quid, turned out I won about $2,000, and then I very, very rarely bet since. Get the in-game editor and give yourself $1 billion of debt. That's a possibility. 3 billion debt then instead. So Arvid Lundberg, he underperformed his XG. So that's my big concern here. He's a big boy. He's 6'4". He wins 8 headers a game, 53% header win rate. He's pressuring. He's winning his tackles. He's winning possession. He's safe on the ball. He's progressive. He does like everything. Absolutely incredible player, even if he's underscoring his XG. He's 19 years old. He does want to leave at the end of next year. So maybe I'm not going to transfer list him. I really, really want us to keep hold of him and build around him. I'm hoping that maybe he'll soften that feeling. Maybe if we start well next season, we can keep hold of him, potentially. And then we have young Jimmy Slayman. I say young, Arvid Lundberg's only 19. Jimmy Slayman's another one of our regens who came through. He played in quite a bit of minutes this year. So this is his first season as a player in game. He's already played 1,500 minutes, 7 goals, 4 assists, only just scoring above his XG. 0.33 expected assists is crazy. That's not just crazy for a striker. That would be crazy if he was like an attacking midfielder. That would put him in the 95th percentile as an attacking midfielder, which is mental. Doesn't pressure as well as Lundberg does. Isn't a force in the air. He's unambitious. He's 5'11". But I don't care that he's unambitious. He doesn't necessarily need to improve that much. He does have quite a bit of scope to improve. He's currently rated 2.5 stars. They think that he's going to be 4 stars, maybe 5 stars at the Finnish first division level. So I would still expect some growth, even with an unambitious personality. But he's doing some good stuff for us. So we're going up to making it a £5 billion debt. And the transfer ban. Right. I think of a self-made financial fair play rule. I can spend the exact amount that comes from player sales. That sounds like a good idea. I would maybe even say that you've got to generate a certain amount of profit each year and that you've got to bring the wage budget down. Restricting yourself with wages is a great way to kind of challenge and make you have to dig a little bit deeper. If we had song requests, I would go with Kenny Rogers the Gambler with that betting skill luck. Oh, serious, right? Yeah, I'll tell this story. So, back when I was like 18, so we'd play Sunday League football, and then we'd pop to the pub after to watch the Sunday games. And a few of the teams would pop to the bookie next door. And one of the weeks I went across and did it. So this is back in like 2003. And so I pop in one day and I go and I look at the list and I just basically pick teams that I've heard of. So it was like Real Zaragoza, Barcelona, various other teams. I didn't actually know at the time that like 3 of those teams were relegation candidates. I didn't understand how odds worked whatsoever. So I was just like, I've picked 8 teams. I've put £10 on. Like maybe I win 80 quid. That's fine. So the next day I pop into the bookies near where I work, the same chain, but a different location. I pop up to the till and I'm like, I think this is one. And they've said, yeah, that's cool. And they say, oh, I'm really sorry. We don't have enough money here right now. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, I beg your pardon. Like, surely you have 80 quid on you. And they're like, no, it's £2,189.98. and I may have swore quite loudly. I then, for the Euro 2004, I put a fiver on Greece to win the whole thing. Yeah, so I'm up. I'm happy with my lot in life. Granted, this is like 20 years ago, but yeah, I'm pretty content with it from there on. I do still occasionally bet every now and then, but yeah, Jesus Christ. So where were we? I do apologise. So Dan Reuters is managing Besiktas. Yes, as you mentioned yesterday, indeed. And Andreas scored, did he? RJ. What makes him your favourite player? Holofab says, okay, this is getting ridiculous. I spent 2 hours on researching goalkeepers and still haven't signed anyone. I mean, Holofab, we're an hour and a half into a stream and we haven't even looked at our signings yet. So you're in the right place. You're in the right place for sure. How about only Turkish players who are born in Germany as a transfer restriction? That's quite a fun idea. These are really good suggestions from both of you. Thanks a lot, Crabmo. That does sound like a great idea. Sabali is doing a Rosenberg save right now. Good luck, mate. How's it going for you? How's it going? I did memorise the number. How sensibly did I spend my winnings? No. The base upstairs, the fretless, the custom fretless Warwick. That was my winnings. Essentially. Do you have a similar story? Put a tenner on Red Marauder to win the Grand National in 2001, and only because I like the colour red. It won at 33-1. Beautiful stuff. Haven't really bet again since. That's it. Like, quit whilst you're ahead. Makes so much sense. I don't like Dreyer. In fact, overrated. Another Fredberg player. Fair enough. How many subs for the upstairs reveal? Well, I can't get a camera up there, or I can't. I'm not putting my PC up there at least. Plus, it's very boring. It's basically so I don't use my living room. This is meant to be the living room, but I use it as my office. Upstairs is my living room, which I barely use. There's a TV and a PlayStation up there, and my guitars. But even when I'm playing my guitars, I bring them down here, and then the loft was converted into a bedroom. So literally, my living room is essentially a dumping space. Not a very interesting reveal. Right. So I need to add those players to the squad planner. Let's do that. That's Gogland as a shadow striker. Olawale potentially on the wing. We just did Rockman on the wing, didn't I? Yes, I did. Lundberg up front. And Slayman up front. So this is what our squad planner potentially looks like. They're not necessarily in order. I'll be honest. So it is a great way to spend the money, isn't it, DMB? It most definitely is. So Barley won the the title first season with Rosenberg. Fabulous. Couldn't reach the UECL though. Pulled for Fenerbahce in the playoff. Ouch. It is all very confusing. Who needs a TV PlayStation when you have FM and Twitch? Exactly. Genuinely, I don't think so like I have a laptop that I use as my TV whilst I play FM on my PC. I don't even use the TV anymore. It's awful. This is like TV, but when you shout at it, sometimes responds. Exactly. Dan Reuter, should we be concerned? We should always be concerned. I'm watching football on TV. It's always a good choice. Old man shouts at a cloud. He does like his Simpsons memes, to be fair. So this is the squad that we're essentially working with. Savalainen can cover at left back, but which means I'd probably want a right back. I would really be keen on us to have a right back. We need a starting goalkeeper. We could do with another midfielder here. So I see Dahlstrom and Shambost. Kind of, that's the same kind of role. He's a creative player from central midfield. He's a creative player from Wise who's going to drift inside. Olawale potentially can play in that role there, but we could definitely do with some improvement in that area, and improvement there. So realistically, at the very minimum, we need a goalkeeper, a right back, a defensive midfielder, a shadow striker, We also want potentially another player for that Shambos Dahlstrom role. We might want to look at sending Slayman out on loan and seeing if we can get a better striker. I wouldn't be too upset if we ended up getting rid of Forstrom and maybe pushing Queeson down the order, so another centre-back would be good. I wouldn't be too upset with having even more cover at the fullback areas and having a left-back, so that could be about 8 players. And essentially, if we get bids for anyone who isn't Dahlstrom or Lundberg or Whitenin, we're going to sell. I'm quite happy to turn over as much of this team as we possibly can. Ultimately, this team finished 7th, and that's a real disappointment. So we're essentially in the market for everyone. And now this is where we get to reveal the other restriction we have. So for those that haven't seen this before, the way we tend to work is I've disabled the player search screen, which means that the only list of players we've got are those found by our scouts. Now, the scouts so far have found 704 players, of which only 466 of them would be interested in joining. Now, we have a scouting budget here, which seems pretty cool. We've got like 11 and a half grand. But we're currently set on no scouting because until we recently were in Europe and had a decent enough run, we had no money. And the scouts kept on spending way over their budget. So we basically, they haven't done any scouting this year at all. We sacked our scouts. We've just got a director of football. We've got a chief scout who does basically everything. And that's our opposition stuff. That's basically keeping any of these other elements up to date as possible. So we've got quite a small pool of players to work from. So before we look at this, we're actually going to head into the player stats. So we were looking at goalkeepers earlier. If we can find goalkeepers already in our league, so already finished, that would be quite good. One of the areas I quite like is expected goals prevented per 90. Do we have that as an option? No. We do have expected goals prevented though, so Oluwayemi, if we can see someone who's got a low value, preferably under the top end of their value being say under 30k, or has got their contract's expiring, we may well be looking at them. So Oluwayemi doesn't fit that. Martinen doesn't. Kreidel definitely doesn't. Huutinen doesn't. So contract expiring in 2025. Ramula doesn't. Will Jaskalainen maybe. 45k, if we can get that down, we've got a 150k budget. Are we looking at this the wrong way around? It says that he's prevented a positive XG, but then it says that he's conceded more than expected. Okay, actually, let's pop here. Maybe because he's done well in one competition but not in the other. Here we go. Expected goals prevented 0.05. Will Jaskalainen might be an option. We could sign young Jussi. That'd be amazing. Sorry, I've missed a little bit there. Most of the time I get ignored or banned on here. Not timed out, not banned. Thank you, RJ. I've not turned my Xbox on in a few months. I don't really watch the TV. It's the missus that uses both of those. Fair. Bear me. Are you wearing an onion on your belt, which was the style at the time? Yes. I don't think I get that. Is that a Simpsons reference? Am I missing? I might be missing something. We need a lot of players. I like that indeed. That's a pattern. It was definitely a Simpsons reference. And if we're bringing another Simpsons reference in, it's all good. Are we actually looking at players now? 2 hours in, only an hour and a half. We're doing quite well. I'll be pressing continue any hour now. Let's not go nuts. Indeed. For one position out of 6. It's the son of Jussi, exactly. Used Will in a Woking save, and he was a starter from National League until Championship. Then made 5 million from him. Let's see if we can snag him potentially. Like, his asking price is really low. If the maximum side of it is 45k, we may well have a good chance of bringing him in, which would be cool. Instead of a goalkeeper, I might have signed a striker, so maybe I wasted a bit of time. not a bad approach, Holifab. Like if you identify that you can't get what you need, look to see how you can improve elsewhere. Like maybe you end up conceding more goals than you would have liked. Score more. There you go. Problem solved. So Vitala, nope, that's a no. Sanchez, that's a no. Rintamarki's contract is up. He only just about a positive XG prevented. He only played 7 games though. Just something to be mindful of. If you include other competition though, it looks like he was a little bit below the requirement there. And Vertonen is the last one, and he's not even for sale, so that's fine. So we have a short list of 1. One's better than none, right? Now the other areas that we wanted, so we want a right back. Areas that I'm going to be looking for in terms of the right back is going to be progressive passes. I don't want the right back to be bombing forwards. I want them to kind of support the midfield and to help us move the ball through the lines a little bit. So we're going to look at progressive passes in the league and then potentially filter down from there, assuming that I can find that in here. Chances created, expected goals prevented. Why is expected goals prevented in the... Here's expected goals prevented per 90. You can see it here. This is currently in the attacking section. Peculiar. As is clean sheets per 90 and saves per... Oh, FM. Oh, FM. Progressive passes here. Do we have progressive passes per 90? Right, okay. Let's try going from here. Sometimes we can find it this way. Progressive passes per 90 minutes. And then click on it. And it'll take us to the section. We want to filter down by fullbacks. I don't mind, like, I'm quite happy to look for left backs and they could potentially invert. So I don't mind too much on that side. Right, yeah, I read it, Holifabs. Is Jussi a coach of some sort? Maybe get both. That would be fun. That would be fun. I'm sure Jussi Jääskeläinen, though, would be far too high profile. No. He's coached at PK 35, only on 150. His contract's about to expire as well. Who is our... I mean, I don't control the staff hiring, so Sundman's contract would cost us money to get rid of him. We don't. I hide staff attributes entirely. Oh no, we're not getting rid of Sundman. He's been at the club for 14 years, and we only allowed 4 coaches. That would have been nice, but yeah, I can't sack a man just because he's not Jääskeläinen. Right, loads of Ilves players are coming up. Going to be the same deal, cheap value or contract about to expire, and we're going to kind of shortlist down from there. And then we're going to go and look through what our scouts have thrown up as well. We will use our director of football, but... for things like loans, the director of football won't give us any suggestions until the window is open, which isn't very handy. So, do we have anyone? All the good players are under contract or have some sort of value. Ajala has good hair. Nicolau is Australian. Cruyver, very low value. It's a set value as well, so that means he's probably transfer listed. Let's have a look at his stats properly. Oh, he's on loan, and he's about to join on a permanent. Okay, that's a no. Where was he? Cruyver was 31st. Engstrom, his contract's about to expire. That's a left back cover. Also a defender. A phenomenal beard. That hair and beard combo, those eyes, that is incredible. FM is dumb, it is indeed. Defense is the best form of attack. That's what we're hoping for, right? That's what we're trying to focus. Goalkeepers are the best form of attack. So, oh my god, Zanka is terrible. Please help. Has he just done something dumb? So he's slow off the mark. But like that's going to be when we don't have the player scouted, this is like when you've got it marked, and this is the highest of that range. So we know that the best his acceleration could be is 10, but it's probably going to be lower than that, which I would be mindful of for an attacking left back. If I'm expecting someone to run up and down the flank, I do hope that they can do it with some kind of pace. So he looks like Slaven Bilic. He does a bit, doesn't he? He does. Yes, as always, bless him. Engstrom's eyes follow you. He's that painting, isn't he? The one with, or like the Lord Kitchener poster. You'd rather have out face fast than him. Out fast. What was the deal with Taimi? Not for sale. Deusi. No. Traore. Mahuta. I love the name Mahuta. Hyarinens, too dear. Legbo. So, oh, there we go. There's someone who's now not under contract with anyone. Lucas Moronier. So we're not going to be able to see his stats properly. We don't know the context that this is coming from. Because as you can see, it's not pulled everything through. And we can't go to Nistan where he was playing. Because he's no longer there, so we can't see it through the squad page. So, a Guingamp player, has got experience, doesn't like big matches, but he is consistent, he is pacey, can cover on both sides. Really bad rating though. What we're gonna do is we're gonna add him to the shortlist, but someone we could potentially bring in on a trial. That way, it's low risk from a knowledge point of view at least. So that's Moronier there, ahead of Nistan. And then we've got Alkioja, too dear. Penning Kangas has caused us loads of trouble, but he's not an option. So not really much there going on in terms of the fullbacks positions, unfortunately. Kali Taimi looks like Brazilian Fury. Let's give a bit of a closer look at Kali Taimi. Yeah, I see what you're going for indeed, yes. So, at least fast comes from the academy. So, Aspects finally used your skin today, and man, I'm not switching ever again. This is too good. FM's fun again. That's great to hear, Aspect. I do expect there will be... You will definitely come across some frustrations using that, for sure. Oh, Arsenal are ahead. 1-0. Boo. Right, so for that defensive midfielder, wide playmaker, creative thing, I want to look for... I think we have open play key passes as an option. So if we can see, we've got open play expected assists, which will be fine. No open play crosses, open play key passes per 90. See if we can pick someone up there. And now somebody mentioned, let's go all the way to the top even. There was a player that was mentioned a little while back. Let me just pop back up there. It's not Salonen, because Salonen was the player that we had previously. What was the player that you mentioned and I said we'll come back to at some point? I'm pretty certain I've seen him come up earlier on in the season as either doing well in terms of open play expected assists or open play key passes. So I think we're going to go for that. Sutari, yes, thank you, Playmaker. It was Playmaker we mentioned. I'm pretty certain Sutari is going to appear reasonably high up on either this or expected assists. But top of the list is Chopin. We definitely can't afford that. No to Sega. No to Kanalopoulos. Kekarainen doesn't have a value associated with him. Make sure that we look at him from the context of the squad screen. Kekarainen is a central midfielder. That's fine. Not actually doing particularly well in terms of expected assists, but making a lot of open play key passes. Doesn't necessarily do much in terms of attacking output. really quite interesting from a midfielder output. If we look at him as a defensive midfielder, though, that shifts it around because obviously defensive midfielders tend to do less of certain things. I think Kekalainen is a player we're going to keep an eye on. And now the value is unknown. So with the value unknown, he may be well beyond our affordability. Noah Pallas, we've already seen. Keskinen, far beyond anything we could afford. Same there. Ronberg is a no. Leonardo Chow, no. Yarvenpar, no. Stavitsky. It's not the Stavitsky. It's not the Stavitsky. You tell me. Right, his contract's about to expire, so that's quite cool. So we've got some analytic chat going on. Playmaker, I don't know if he is much of a passer, but might be being a goal scorer for me always. Well, that's we'll see. Hopefully, we'll hopefully see in a moment. If he doesn't appear on this, and I've just made that up, maybe we'll check him out anyway, because at least he's someone in the league that we can certainly have some information on. So Timo Stavitsky, another player at Inter Turku. So playing as a winger, maybe he's an option to play out on the right, in fact. So we've seen lots of good key passes, really good. I like the look of Stavitsky. I mean, the question is whether someone, they've just won the league, so whether he'd be willing to come down to us would be a big if. Kante is a defensive midfielder who shows up there. Abdoulaye Kante, not so great there. So a little bit low on the expected assists. Dribbles is an important element. He does pressure. He does score above his XG, even if he doesn't have many scoring opportunities. Like so, as maybe not out on the left, but maybe more in relief of Dahlstrom in the central positions. That seems reasonable. I'm sure we've looked at Bandit already. We have. Logan Rogerson is a no. Seju is a no. Donny Orifi, no. There's our boys. There's a little bit of Shambosh. Kevin Janssen, potentially. A bit of an older fella. 5 assists in 11 games is pretty... 11 starts, it's pretty decent. Where was he? Am I being dumb? Kevin Janssen. Is he in the reserves? Am I just missing? He's there. Better from a creativity point of view. A little bit worse in terms of being on the ball. We can't see what positions he's played, unfortunately. Does get forward, so he might have been playing as more of an attacking midfielder role. Yeah, let's see if we can get a bit more information. He's also could potentially be staff. That wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Stavitsky is great. Might ask for a high wage though. That'd be a shame if it is the case, but yeah, we'll see. What was his wage? It didn't look too bad at the time. 575, but yeah, he might have his eyes on something bigger and better. Is anyone watching the darts? No, you're watching Musterman. Good man. Adam's been watching a bit though. Watching some of the afternoon sessions today. Let's see what we're going with through here. Ivanovic, not a possibility. Weissman's a no. Saraviki. Justin Renix. He's a striker. He's scored a decent amount of goals. He's also being quite creative. So let's look at that in context. AC Oulu had a brilliant season. Considering they almost got relegated last year. That's certainly interesting there. So, doesn't get much of a shooting opportunity. So I'm guessing he's probably playing out wide. But 11 goals, 5 assists is kind of okay. If we consider him as an attacking midfielder, that looks a little bit less impressive. But he is obviously coming up reasonably high in terms of open play key passes, so that's worth keeping an eye on. Nuno Sarpe isn't. Jesper Karlsson isn't. Bartraore we've already looked at. Stanislav Efimov, he always causes us trouble. Not for sale though. Lindholm. No. Grace Murray, that's a good name. An affordable player as well. A right back. A right back that's creative. That's not what we were looking for. Let's have a look at what the deal is with Trace Murray. He's on loan from somewhere. We can look at that in a moment. he's pretty progressive. I'm surprised he didn't come up before. Maybe because he might have been below that level, perhaps. Wins 80% of his tackles. Not so good in the air. Doesn't have to. Doesn't make many tackles, but does win them when he needs to. Sweeps up more than he pressures. I like the look of Trace Murray. Let's keep an eye on him. He's also potentially a player staff member. Oh, Thomas Castro. Thomas Castro is expiring. I don't even need to look at him. He always causes us trouble. That's enough of a reason for me. Lingman. That's unfortunately a bit too dear. Renix can play both wings too, indeed. Yeah, so I think that... Oh, right, sorry, yeah, Renix can play higher up. Can he play deeper as well at the midfielder left and midfielder right? Because that'd be quite useful. Have they started throwing darts at each other? That would be fun. That would be much more fun. I would watch darts if that happened. Trace might be a bit old. There's no such thing as old hollow fab. If they're performing, they're good enough. We don't need to. Yeah, we don't worry about that. They're talking about Karastas at the halftime. How did you know? Because he's great. All the best players in Belgium are Greek. Trace amounts of Murray. Indeed, we just need a little bit of him. Just a little bit of him. You don't think he can play in the midfield left? So yeah, but potentially as that striker, or maybe we could retrain him. Should be quite good. Rahimi. It's out of budget. Richstad 2. Jorgensen is affordable. 40k. That suggests he's transfer listed, and if he's transfer listed and they're asking for 40k, that's higher than I'd be willing to go. Mohammed. His contract's about to expire. So let's have a look at the deal with Fayed Mohammed. It's defender, defensive midfield, central midfielder. We don't know where he's been playing much of, so we'll look at it in a broader sense. Not that progressive, not that creative. I don't like that. I'm afraid. So I think we've kind of come to our limit on this one as to where I feel comfortable with. And because if we've had a couple now where they're a little bit on the lower side, if they're doing one open KP pass a day, sorry, none of those were words. One open play key pass per game, yet their expected assist is quite low. We're starting to get to the point where we're just looking at set piece merchants, so got to be a little bit mindful of that. So let me look at the player who I thought was going to come up in here, but I can't remember, which is Sutari. So Oni Sutari, maybe he's part of the reason. So one of the reasons why I remember him is because his photo looks a little bit like Askari Salanen's, who we had last year, but we let him go. So Holofab doesn't sign players over 25. Completely different approach then. Yeah, indeed, completely guided by the numbers. Like if a player is performing, and if they're good value. Like the problem with older players is often that their wage demands end up too high, especially at the top level. But yeah, we would quite happily entertain players who are 34, 35, 36. Goalkeepers who are 40, 100%, especially at this level. There's no such thing as too old. If they're performing, they're good enough. That's why Crodmo is here. It is why you're here. Crodmo in indeed. We'd all be retired indeed. Well, let's face it. I mean, I would be retired. I am long retired. I can barely walk, let alone run. It also count for Holofab as well. I'm not a player, but the manager. Different rules apply for staff. Yeah, I was going to say no staff over 40, no staff over 30. Exactly that. Yeah, let's have a look at the context for Sutari. They've obviously been doing so. As I say, Ulu did quite well. They finished 5th in the end. For a while, they were in position to win the league. Kind of fell off a cliff towards the end, unfortunately. He's certainly been playing well. Whether he's been playing as a attacking mid out on the left potentially, or as a striker, I don't know. We'll keep an eye on him. Now, there we go. Now, yeah. So who was that? Who was that Inter Turku player? Stavitsky. Stavitsky really excites me. If we can get hold of Stavitsky on the right wing, that would be great. That would be lovely, lovely cover in that regard. But we do want to look at the right as well. And for the right, I want to look for players who dribble. I'm going to do that through player. I find it so much easier to find them here first and then drill down to dribbles per 90. In fact, we have got a break coming up. So let's head on into the break. And then we will look at players who are dribbly boys. I'll see you guys in a couple of moments. And welcome back. Let's head on into the game. So only connect and guess the player have been redeemed. I'm going to start with guess the player if that's all right with you guys, because it's a little bit kinder guess the player. We'll warm up into the only connect in a moment. So we'll check Santari Harala after that playmaker. I think he's at Venamo in the game. I seem to recall that I'd noticed him last year. So I think he's signed for them last year. So we'll see how he's getting on. Maybe it's a FM case of signing a player and then transfer listing him very quickly. So who knows? I will hydrate as well. Thank you, RJ. So again, for those that didn't catch it earlier, haven't been in the streams before, guess the player. You're going to see 4 pictures from a player's profile in Football Manager. You're going to see them one after another, and your job is to guess it as early as possible. Now, these are from players at the start of the game using the default database. So if you take someone like Manuel Ugarte, for example, in summer, in real life, he's moved to Manchester United, but in FM, when you start the game, he'll be at Sporting. So if he was the guess the player, he'd be at Sporting. So let's head on into it. We have guesses coming in nice and early already. Could it be Steve Ball? It's not Steve Ball. It's not Danny Olmo. It's not Emil Heskey. It's unfortunately not Carlton Palmer. It will never be Joey Barton. It's not Anthony. It's not Reagan Booty. It's not Manuel Ngate. It's not Hincape or Mings or Martinez or Mings again. Sorry, it's not Mings. It's certainly not Tyrone Mines. It's not Medina. Karol Poborski, another great guess in there. Ake's been guessed. Hurt has been guessed. Of course, Hurt came up yesterday, didn't he? Good callback there. Right, now I did say, thank you, Chris. Mobility, the greatest name for a running back that has ever been out there. Mobility. We've got Van der Ven, we've got Cucurella, Ricardo Gomes, Lucas Hernandez, Ake, Minx, TalkSport Classic. So I did say that it was going to be quite easy, these ones. I originally planned to do them for the ones during the week, and I thought that as there might be people very, very new to it, we'd go very, very easy. And there has been a correct guess. And I don't know if I'm happy with this or not, because it looks like the man who's already picked up 3 points earlier this evening, Ladislav Almasi, has got himself a 5 off the top. Because it's this player who likes to bring the ball out defence. That doesn't really help. Does this help anymore? And Premier League doesn't help much. The Man City is a bit of a clue, though. The Man City is very much a bit of a clue. And it wasn't Ake. It wasn't Ake. It was Josko Gvardiol. So there we go, Ladislav Almasi. 5 points your way. Well done, sir. Well done indeed. The applause is coming in from Johnny Trotter. It's coming in from Levi. The Bar Humbug is coming in from Crudmo. Sweet, he says. Sweet indeed. So that was the nice one. That was the nice game. Now let's head on in to Only Connect. Now, so again, let's explain the rules for those that haven't been here before. The way Only Connect works, you're going to see four pictures of players, one after the other. There is a common connection. So your job is to work out what the connection is, and the earlier you get it, the more points. The way these tend to work is the connection might be like they've all played alongside the same teammate, or they've all played under the same manager, or maybe there's a team. Earlier, it was goal scorers from a specific game, the 2015 Europa League final. And sometimes it can be a little bit more abstract as well. So be prepared. On a Friday, there tends to be things that can be a little bit more tricky. So here we go with the very, very first clue. And we do have some people going with guesses at the moment. Are their wives all professional sportswomen? A fabulous guess. Have they been managed by Big Sam? Have they been managed by Little Sam? Who is Little Sam? Is that Sammy Lee? Sammy Lee would be quite fun. They played in Boca. I can tell you right now, HCast 04, it's going to be far, far trickier than that. Johnny Trotter, have they all scored in the 1997 Auto Windscreens final? You're close. You're close, but not even remotely close, unfortunately. So people are correctly identifying that it is Juan Roman Riquelme. It is Juan Roman Riquelme. That's probably not how you pronounce it, but that's how we're going for it. So are there professionals all women? I wouldn't dare want to. I wouldn't dare want to talk about what type of people they hire. So Ladislav Almasi fan has gone. Are they heroes of Ballon d'Or winners? That's a lovely guess. Are they all? Do they all have a hard time hearing? Riquelme most certainly does, but that's not it, unfortunately. Players that became presidents. A fabulous guess. Unfortunately, that. Is it players who hate Louis van Gaal? There's a lot of them. It's a fine guess. It's not that. Have they all had FM positions designed after them? Now that would be good. That would definitely be good. That would be fitting for an FM streamer to do. It's not that, unfortunately. They all played for Barcelona in their ill-fated 2002-03 season. Is it the Triquelme? It is the Triquelme. No, it's the no-nonsense defender Riquelme. Been linked to United in January. Again, every player. Positions named after them. Intercontinental Cup players of the match. Been linked to Everton. Lost the Champions League semi-finals. The name is also a name for a historic empire. The no-nonsense playmaker. That's what we're going for. Let's see if the next player helps at all. We've gone for quite a swing in terms of era of player here. Now, do we know who this is? Is obviously the first question. I would expect there are definitely some people in chat that know who this is, so that's good. It is indeed Joaquim Mela. Joaquim Mela. Again, probably not being pronounced properly. It's the El Gran Enganche, indeed. So, have they all made appearances in Clate's Twitch chat? Possibly. Possibly. It's not that, unfortunately. But that would be incredible. Could you imagine? So Crodmo wants to say it's Joachim Mahler. It's Joachim Mahler. It might well be Joachim Mahler, but I like saying Joachim. It's a fun thing to say. Joachim. It's not their given names you're going for. So what would be the... Is it just my pronunciation? It's not Juan. It's not Joachim. I made a Mahler out of that pronunciation. Again, Johnny Trotter comes in with what's going to be the pun of the stream. This is why he's here. Has Mahler been managed by Bielsa? I don't know the answer to that. It's not that, though, unfortunately. Players who use their both feet equally good. It's a reasonable guess. It's not that, I'm afraid. It's not that. Do they all wish they'd have been good enough for Rangers? We all wish we'd been good enough for Rangers. And just think of the money we could have made. We could have dined out on all the Scottish delicacies like deep fried pizza, deep fried Mars bar, heroin. But yeah, let's not go nuts. And that was an unnecessary jab as well. Think of all that tax fraud we could have committed. Exactly. Right, let's move on to the next player. The next player is this fella. I think you should all recognise who this is. Deep fried heroin. That is the best type of heroin, to be fair. Just takes a little bit of that edge off, makes it a softer experience. So both their first and last name have two vowels, one after the other. Riquelme does indeed. Mahler does. Unfortunately, Bobby Firmino does not. So were they nearly signed by Big Sam at Bolton? You are on the Big Sam train, Chris, aren't you? I will make sure there is a Big Sam related one at some point. Probably for one whilst you're gigging would be typical. So this is indeed Bobby Firmino. Can we think of any link between Juan Riquelme, Joachim Mahler, and Bobby Firmino? So they played all false something positions. So like a false back, a false nine. I see where you're going. It's not that, I'm afraid, but some good thinking there, Dan Reuter. Now this is probably going to play a little bit more into the regulars' wheelhouse. They know more of the kind of the abstract things that I like to do. So Sidecar is wondering whether they played in the number 10 position. So has Mahler played that high? That would be quite cool. So if they've never played for Man United, Norby, like that would almost be a perfectly reasonable, even though it's not that would almost be perfect. I mean, the last player could be any player in the world potentially, and it might be typical that it's going to end up being a Man United player, ironically. Have they all worn a weird number? They haven't. Are they all passionate about Marmite? I have it on good authority that Bobby Firmino only likes Vegemite, thinks Marmite is awful. Confusing person. So let's reveal the last one. So here we have the final player. Unfortunately, it's a Man United player. Sidecar's not left-footed. Left-footedness isn't the clue. It's going to be something very, very, very abstract. They all played professional football at one stage. Very true. Something about adjectives. Not about adjectives. But that could be something. So all a bit crap now. I think Riquelme is still pretty good. I imagine Riquelme, like the Argentinians, never become bad at football. They just become slow. So Ladislav Almasi has gone for car names, which is fabulous. It's not car names. Do they all have their own charities? That would be good. Crodmo has said all types of trees in their names. Would you like to expand on that, Crodmo? Would you like to expand on that? What tree names are in Riquelme, Mahler, Firmino, Rashford? No, he would not like to expand on that. Doesn't need to. He doesn't need to, because he is in fact completely and utterly correct. Juan Roman Rick Elm, Oak Kim Mahler, Roberto Firmino, and Marcus Ashford. Crodmo is back. Crodmo is back indeed. I did warn you guys that I've been particularly cool with the Only Connects this time around. These are very, very cool, and that's amazing work from Crodmo. A well deserved 1 point. Those applause, absolutely. Crodmo in indeed. A stopped clock is right twice a day. I hate this, says Chris Norton Walker. More of this. Crudmo was never gone. He wasn't. Time out to Crudmo. I can't. I need to find a way if we can do... Like, can we highlight his messages for a minute to make up for the timeout? A language barrier there. I only know Okanash. Yes, I do recognise that, RJ. I'm sorry. 33 and a third. I was going to call the round tree fiddy. Prime Crudmo or Prime Messi. I'm going for Prime Messi, but it's close. It's close. And yeah, timeout to Crudmo. That can be his reward. The inner workings in the mind of a genius. Holofab, this one was hard for a non-English speaker indeed. There will be so as I say, on Fridays we do go a little bit abstract, and that does mean that sometimes it's going to be things that are hidden in their names. We have done some very cruel ones. I do apologise. He's just lucky the auto mod stopped me abusing him. You will never be stopped abusing. You can always abuse Crudmo. BMA, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. The next one needs to be in the Flemish language. That could you imagine? Could you imagine? That'd be amazing. I hate the Flems. Why do I hate the Flems? Do you feel that I'm pro Walloon? Is that what it is? Is it about my pro Walloon advocacy? I try to keep it under wraps. Right, let's head back in. Oh, RG hates the Flems. Right, fair enough. He is a Walloon. Right, we're looking for right wingers, as we all do. So it's okay. My pro Walloon advocacy will suit RJ down to the ground. Thank you very much for the hydrate, El Norby. Flems are fake Dutch. I mean, I love the Dutch holofab, but I'm pretty certain that the Dutch are fake Dutch too. I don't believe you're real. You're not really real. And yeah, the Walloons are fake French. Very true. Right, so we're looking for right wingers. Same deal. Right, here's a guy that dribbles a lot and his contract is going to be expiring. So Kaczmarki maybe. Doesn't do particularly well in terms of the creativity stakes, but he does dribble a lot. He scores under his XG. He doesn't give the ball away that much. Like for a winger, wingers give the ball away a lot. Like I'd be used to seeing this like around the 19-20 mark. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on Kaczmarki. Does feel like we've got quite a few attacking options coming up. Not many in the more defensive areas, which is fine. Like that's not necessarily a bad thing. But maybe our defensive woes are going to carry on into another season. Anton Nilsson here. His contract's about to expire. He's played quite a few minutes. See it from the right context. He's on loan. He's Swedish. We want Swedish players, obviously because of our connection to Sweden being an official language of Holland, the official language of Holland. He is dribbly, very dribbly, good with his expected assists. Doesn't really offer a goal-scoring threat, which is fine. Again, not too bad on possession lost. Does okay from the defensive side of things as well. Let's keep an eye on Anton Nilsson. I said a bad word and the auto mod stopped the message. I love you really. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't even see that, my word. I need to let the bad words through. Sorry guys, just thought I'd say a massive thank you. Your video sent me down a rabbit hole of Excel spreadsheets, my own personal player finder, and only working in data on FM. For that I salute you, Squire. Thank you very much, Sidecar. And actually, I should probably say sorry. I'm not sure I should be happy if I send people down a rabbit hole of spreadsheets. That's a scare. That's a lot of time that I've sent you down. I do apologise. No, I appreciate it. So we're now. Do I have to tell you off, Quadmo? Do I have to tell you off, Quadmo again? We've already said earlier it's an English chat, and all I can see is you showing off now. Give me 10 minutes. Fair enough. What kind of save is this one? I've only seen my Villa ones. Yes, so BMA 100. We were doing that special save over the last 3 days. This is our normal save. We're in Finland, a club called IFK Mariehamn, and it's basically just a let's see what happens save. There are no grand goals. We would like to win the league at least with Mariehamn, but if that doesn't happen, maybe we get sacked. Maybe we end up staying in Finland. Maybe we go somewhere else. Maybe we build a nation. Maybe it's a journeyman. Who knows? We will see what the game has in fate for us. Apology accepted. Hours happily lost. Fair dues. Fair dues. We've looked at Bande before. Richtstad, I'm sure, came up before. Stavitsky, we know about. Chow, we've seen before. Goldabin. Goldabin is not the option. Bulgakov. No. Saiju. Koskinen. Koskinen is about to expire. Koskinen is about to expire. That's not quite what I meant. So, do we have any information about where he played? Almost certainly going to be in one of these roles. No attacking output, really. Relatively low on the dribbles. We're not interested in Koskinen. We've seen Rahimi. Hostika. We need to check out that other player as well. I do remember Playmaker, but we will get there in a moment. We've seen Rogerson.
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, bless you, DMB, with a gift subscription to Sidecar. You absolute gentleman. It is not the statistics. It's not the statistics. I said something statistics. I see where we're going there. Yep. He asked me to name trees in French. And if you think I can remember any trees for my A-level French without using Google, you've more faith in me than I have. Fair enough. Now, interestingly, my GCSE in French, the oral exam, I couldn't remember the word tree. So I said it in English, and I still got an A, which goes to show that education isn't about what you know or what effort you put in. It's about whether the teachers and people judging you think you know what you're doing. And then feel sorry for you. It is a completely and utterly undeserved. So maybe the teacher didn't know Arbor either. I know. Since then it was Arbor. Ironically, they were asking me what I was interested in. I was telling them that I quite like F1, and they asked me what I liked about F1. And the only thing I could think of to say as an answer that I could say in French was I like the trees around the track, but I forgot the word trees in that sentence. I'm a smart man. A very, very smart man, I assure you. Right, we're looking... A lot of these guys we've seen before, understandably. So we can kind of squeeze through this quite quickly. Yarvanpar. Yarvanpar's a very fun name. Here Ronnie Satari comes up. Runix again. Legbo we've seen. Mariehamn, I'm pretty sure we've seen. Kirkarainen. I'm not familiar with the name Kirkarainen, but he's got a long contract. Palace we've definitely seen. Sarpai, expensive. Alves, nothing there. Moronier, we've already got our eye on. Suarez. Jonathan Muzinga. No. Laxinen. FMO, we know, isn't available. Gabay isn't. Artu Heinonen. Ah, he's too expensive. The man with the mullet. So, ACAB, I'm back. This Bertaccini guy looked good, but we were just so lucky. It's not an incredible story, is it? I know. J'aime les trois auteurs du track. Indeed. So, BMA, do I always use a statistical FM skin? I do indeed, because I mean, it would be pretty bad form of me not to, as I made it. So, yeah, I have been playing this kind of way for quite a while now. Una Vetterli. Oh, that's interesting. We were looking for someone to play as a right winger. But, what about this guy? Where is he? Vetterli here. He can play on the left and in midfield. We don't know what position he's played. But, kind of creative and dribbly. Wins his tackles 83%. If we look at him as an attacking midfielder, not quite so good, but then really on the ball. Looks like he's probably played in between two. He might be an option. I don't know why I said a month. I really want him on there all the time. Kuningas. Oh, Wolverine. Wolverine. Hannes Wolverine. He doesn't look particularly impressive. But for midfielder, having that many dribbles is quite good. Everything else is really poor. let's make sure we are checking it through the right context. Yeah, he's not good. And if he's coming up now, and this is where we're at with dribbles, I think we've come to our level there. Mullet and beard, it's the ultimate combo. Incredible guy. R2D2 as well. What a nickname that would be. Oh no, we've gone to Dutch now. Die Snobel ist Plignik. Die Snobel is hinlich. What are we at now? Bless you. French is like Chinese for me. I will let you guys get on with it. How has that changed how you play and how you do in your saves? It's made me a lot slower, that's for sure. I find that it's been really it allows me to focus on the statistics rather than the attributes. It does actually make things a lot easier for me because I'm not then starting to wonder whether I want somebody with 11 in tackling and 12 in marking, or whether I want the player with 12 in tackling and 11 in marking. Now I can actually go on things that are much more tangible. So it's, ultimately, I've played Football Manager, Championship Manager for the best part of 30 years now. So having something that makes it fresh and different probably plays a large part in that process. So let's have a look at the players. We've got lots of unattached players here. We won't have any what's the word? Performance data for guys that haven't played. So we would quite like people who can speak Finnish or Swedish. Only one player can do both. That's one of our former players, in fact, Mark Nordquist. So, Thomas Rekdal. Why does the name Rekdal seem familiar? So I think well, actually, there's no point in me looking through them. We might have some scouting information on them. I prefer players that are actually Finnish or Swedish. So, let's add them on. We will get them in for trial. Like just anyone who's available in for trial, we'll offer them in. He's apparently not on contract. He's a goalkeeper who conceded 56 goals in 27 games, which apparently is 1 point. No, that's wrong. Weird stuff going on. Hadi Karim, he plays for Midfield, and I'm a child. And anyone who plays for a team called Midfield deserves to have some attention towards him. Sorry, I just missed something there. Attributes are overrated to sidecar. The players you find only using stats blow your mind. It's so fun. I find it so fun discovering players that I would otherwise have not even given the second thought to. So to put it simply, I was incredibly bored of FM, and it's made it play the game again. That's nice to hear. 30 years amateur, indeed. Do you often have players that look good in the stats but that are not good for the team? That has always been my problem with these types of skins. Sometimes, probably less frequently than I've had players who look good in the attributes and then play badly. But ultimately, the whole part of both the game and football in real life is there's an element of risk in every decision you take. It's not always going to work out. Thomas Rekdal, son of Kjetil Rekdal, perhaps. Let's have a look. Oh, his information is going to be hidden, isn't it? So we don't know about his favourite. Is Kjetil in the game in any capacity? He is. Now we should know from here. Well, if he is the son, he doesn't like his own son. So possibly not. But that will be the link, almost certainly. Callanan has always been great for me. Which one was Callanan? I'm already forgetting people's names. Which one was Callanan? Yoa Callanan, there we go. Cool. So why has he was pretty solid in the first season, like nothing special, didn't score, didn't create much, but seems to have been given an okay overall rating. So we'll see how he gets on. He'll be in for a thingy, a trial, hopefully, so we can kind of find out that way. I prefer high fart, says Hank. Fair point. Some middle fart. Come on, middle fart. It's a great name. Great name. Holofab drove through middle fart when I went on vacation in Gothenburg. It is a real place. It is. It's amazing. Apparently he's the nephew of Kjetil. Yeah, fair enough. Callanan looks like Ollie Ball. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm going to show my age. Who the hell is Ollie Ball? Out Farby. I'm a Cleveland Browns fan. I am indeed. I am. So BMA's problem is that sometimes the stats lie. The stats lie. That's a bold take. Sometimes, well, you will get a different, depending on the detail level of the league, you might get a different level of veracity of the data. But the stats are their performance. Now, are you talking about, when you say stats, are you talking about statistics, metrics, or are you talking about attributes? Because it's not about the statistics. It's not about the statistics. Yeah, so I need to know who Ollie Ball is. I'm afraid I'm unaware. I can't remember what the word is that I'm looking for right now. There aren't any Swedish or Finnish-speaking goalkeepers, unfortunately. So let's just look at. There are. Well, yeah, there's Koski. Nordqvist, we're not interested in bringing back. He's rubbish. There are some non-Swedish ones. Adam Schick is still. He hasn't been in a club for a while. Apparently, wasn't he like available in the summer? I do remember him looking okay. Let's see what they say here. He wants big wages. Big wages. That's a no. Regardless, that's a no, but I do remember Adam Schick looking like a reasonable player to pay attention to. I don't remember Salvi coming up. Kasapir, Rostov, that's definitely a higher level than us, so if that kind of team is interested in him, we probably won't be able to afford him. Sullivan Payan is a player I'm not familiar with. Not necessarily looking great in the National Deux. Let's invite Sullivan Payan. I prefer to avoid having to ask the agent, because if you do that a lot and don't offer, they then start to get guarded. So if we can get them in first, see whether I think that they're particularly useful, then we can choose who we want to ask questions to. Lower Spanish division, more goals than games conceded, that is. So we're miles away from the season starting, so we're going to be getting them in when we're not able to play friendlies because players will be on holiday. Dan Reisiger, I'm pretty certain we passed on him before, so I'll go past that. Sten Kremers, 21 years old, from Young Ajax. Let's go for a trial here as well. We're going through quite a lot of this stuff so far. Sorry. Oh, there's quite a few comments there. Sorry, I do apologise. Here you go. Is language that important? Because I send them always on course. It's not that important. So it helps me identify. We ultimately want Finnish players or Swedish players as much as possible. It just helps identify people who've been in the league as well. Generally speaking, if there's somebody, let's say there's a Dutch player and they can speak Swedish or Finnish, it probably means they've had experience in Finland and they're more likely to be at our level. It just helps me refine things a little bit. I don't think it would be particularly realistic, for example. Our scouts have found some very, very weird players over time. Why our scouts know players in the Indonesian league when they're not meant to be able to scout there feels a bit weird as well. So it just helps us focus on players that might be a little bit more realistic, basically. Data never lies, says Holofab, as a data analyst. Indeed. Ladislav has just called me an unk and pretending to think that I would know what unk means. I vaguely do. But you know I'm old by now, so it's all good. Ollie Ball is a guy who just used to make silly food TikToks. He's quite irrelevant now. Okay. The problem is you can look at stats and draw entirely the wrong conclusion from them, says nickname 123321. That is a fair point. That is a fair point. And much like with attributes, though, some of that is trial and error. Learning and identifying where you've made the wrong assumptions can be very helpful. Like, you will often look at a player and you go, oh, look at all those great stats, and ignore the fact that he's got no bravery or something like that. And as a striker, he's not putting himself in the positions that need to be. Mariner says Volleyball is just some kind of pastry. I want to hear more about that Volleyball, that's for sure. One thing attributes tell you is the level of someone. Data tells you the level of a player at the standard they're playing at. It's then your choice to decide if they can make the step up. So the way I would describe the sidecar is that attributes tell you a player's potential. When it comes to like, most people think of potential in terms of growth, in terms of like attributes going up, but I'm talking about potential as in that's what the game is saying they could do. If somebody's got 20 for dribbling, the game is telling you they could dribble really, really well. But depending on how they've got for determination and for consistency and pressure and all these other things, they might never actually act like they've got 20 dribbling. So attributes tell you their current potential. Statistics tend to tell you what they're actually doing. That's the evidence of what they do, if that makes sense. Watson's contract just got restructured, indicating he will stay for at least 2 more years. Well, that's rubbish news. Damn. Lukmar No Pants is in. Welcome in, Lukmar. How you doing? Have you seen that George Mendes won the Best Agent Award at an award ceremony that he created? I have heard that there is that crazy thing. That doesn't surprise me at all. It's very George Mendes, isn't it? Let's face it. Michael Verrips was someone we looked at before as well. I think he was too expensive. He's now on a free transfer again. So we will. He's already turned us down once, I think, or we've turned him down on principle. So let's move past that. Andre Zualaga is quite short for a goalkeeper. Let's go and have a look.
It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you, Lukmar No Pants. Thank you very much. A wonderful, wonderful gesture. I really do appreciate it, sir. So RJ has said, what is TikTok? Right, okay. And Ladislav says, an illness affecting most people my age. It's not the statistics, then what? Oh, right, BMA. You will now find out what they're referring to about it's not the statistics. It's the soundbite for subscribers. As I am very statistics based, I thought it was a nice bit of irony. So Holofab's Olibollen will arrive tomorrow when my groceries are being delivered. I need to look up an Olibollen for sure. It's the sound a clock makes that the hands move. But you guys aren't being helpful. I see. That's fine. What does that mean? Ask Ray Hudson. Fair dues. Okay, yeah. So that's what it's all about. It's about being able to quantify someone who can balance a balloon. You've lost me, indeed. The opening lines to a Gwen Stefani song. Which Gwen Stefani song is that? It's skipped down. Let's see. So let's talk about this. Is there a way to see which role the player played? Yes, ACAB. You can do it from scouting. So if you scout a player, you should then be able to see their form, and in their form you can see which role they played. Obviously, we've got some limitations in that regard. But yeah, you can. The other way is to cheat. You could save the game. You could take over the team that they're in, and then look at their form that way. Which is essentially how I do things for the Moneyball. Like the Moneyball clinic where I was doing position groups. So I would open up that. I'd go and take over the team of the players that I'm looking at, so I can see what roles they're playing accordingly. ONA 2209. Hey, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Marinus, it's more about experience. Zanka is scared of the ball, so you've conceded. What's the score now then? Is it 1-1 or is that another Zanka error? So it's 2-1. Yoto Ramos is in. Good evening. I hope you're doing well. Gwen Stefani, what you waiting for? What you waiting for? I remember that song vaguely. Dan Reisiger is on that list. Is he related to Michael Reisiger? Let's have a look. Did I... Dan Reisiger? I'm guessing not. I don't want to make assumptions, but I'm guessing not. Right, I wish I could sense some...
It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you very much, BMA. Thank you very much. With the Prime as well. Only one Prime a month. That is so appreciated. So I wish I could send some pictures. An olive ball comes out the fryer with raisins. And you have to put powdered sugar on it. Olifab has linked it. Okay, let's see. Oh, I can't open... Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, it's a bit like a rock cake in English, but fried rather than... Oh, that sounds quite nice. I like the sound of that. I don't need to see what an olive bowl is. I need an olive bowl. They do, don't they? I've just got to DM Basis saying they look amazing. And I also want to deep fry it. I'm waiting for Gwen Stefani to become single, and I know who I am, to be fair. That's understandable. Yep, so now we know there. I'm almost...
Statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh my, look, Marno Pants. You've just gifted a subscription.
It's not the statistics!
Let's let Valorant get its moment as well.
How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
You've gifted subscriptions to Owen A2209, to Infamous Noob Portugal, to HCast04, to Boss 07, to Senkel FM, to Jota Ramos, who's just popped in, to Johnny Madsen88, to the 43rd Willy Wonka, to Angry Not Ginger, to Struble94, to Paddy _, to Interpol, and to Itamar. You absolute gentlemen. You are very, very kind. Very much appreciated. Right, let's have a look at more of these goalkeepers. Quite a lot of these goalkeepers. I'm probably... So, Kastanenko. Probably someone I'm going to be more... If he's any good, he's probably my front runner. Even though we know nothing about him. Because it's more... I feel it's more likely for someone in Russia to end up across the border in Finland, like narratively, than from, say, someone from France to randomly decide that that's where their next step is. We've got a nice selection. We'll get some scouting information from it that way, which will be really, really handy. However, if we can get players' language spoken for the other positions, that will be preferable. Oh, expiring as well. I want to see players that are about to expire. Dejinger are both players we've already rejected in the past. So actually, let's put contract status or expired. Sandra Kumar we've already dismissed. Edvard Race, I'm not sure we've looked at before. That's going to be at a level 2 low. National 1. Yep, so that's why we've got statistics that aren't particularly useful to us there. Eric Nilsson's contract is up. He hasn't played anything. So he signed on a free for Trelleborg. Who was that player? That player that I know is at Vernamo, not at Joe Gardens. Sorry, we did say we would look at him, see if that's an option. Santeri Harala, wasn't it? If you're still in Playmakers, it was Santeri Harala, right? Seems to be doing okay. His value, he's not available. His value is probably a bit too high, but yeah, that's quite cool. Right, sorry, where were we? Are you a fan of the Munchie Box and Chippy sauce? Watered down brine sauce. So not so much because you're vegetarian, indeed. Never had chippy sauce, I don't think. Surely that's just curry sauce, would be my guess. Right, could you afford someone like Carl Hudlin? Giant beanpole up front. I very much doubt we'd be able to get someone like Carl Hudlin. Just to let you know, Sidecar, players really need to be basically in the close area to us. We don't have scouting range, and they're going to need to be on relatively low wages. So we can get suggestions, but if we have no information on their attributes, they're not available on loan.
It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh my word, BMA, thank you very much. That is very, very kind.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
I think you've got it now, BMA. You have most definitely got it now. That is gift subscriptions to Ben 19999 Batistuta, just Marinus FM, to FM Renzi, a legend of the skinning game, FM Renzi, Jaffa 1980, Marcus Rendor, Thomas Rolls, J987, and Benjamin 1997 Bessemer. Incredible stuff. And that does mean that it pushed my chat beyond where I was currently reading. And I've seen that Adam's got to dash. So thank you very much for dropping by, Adam. I hope you do. I hope you have a lovely evening and maybe see you in the coming days. So let's see. We were talking about what I thought was curry sauce. Right, chippy sauce is an East Coast Edinburgh thing. But what is it? What is it? Right, I'm a bit north in Perth. It's probably a thing here, there, but I'm just up for brown sauce at every and all opportunities. Brown sauce is good. Brown sauce is most definitely good. How important do I think it is on FM to have a left footer at left centre back? I think that if you want to play passing football, building up from the back, it's very useful for passing angles, and that is true in FM. If you're a little bit less worried about that kind of thing, then it doesn't matter too much. Thank you for confirming it was Harala Playmaker. So yeah, dribbling's kind of okay. I like his pressures. I like his expected assists. Unfortunately, he's going to be beyond what we can afford, and his contract isn't expiring. But someone we might come back to hopefully next. If he performs well next year, he might well end up on our radar. Brown Sauce Army, damn right. And then we've got, it's not the statistics. I like balloons. I think we've broken him. We might have done. Right. Chippy sauce is watered down brown sauce. Add more vinegar. Oh, right, okay. Okay, that I'm not sure. I'm not sure that sounds good to me. I'll be honest. I do like brown sauce. The idea of watering it down hurts me. I do like vinegar though. Not broken yet. Right, let's have a look here. Eric Nielsen. No, none of those were fine. If there's any centre backs that look like they'd be quite exciting, so potentially Finnish or Swedish. Pertic we've already ignored. Left backs. Jiri Nissanen used to play. I should add transfer. Yeah, I didn't think that Jiri Nissanen would want to play for us. We got rid of him last season. Maybe check the wing-back positions. Nothing much there. Ian Garrett. Don't think we'd get an American randomly coming over here. Maybe once his contract is expired, we'd consider it. Oscar Kilgren has not been playing much for Degerfors. That's not useful information. Midfielder a little bit further. It's a Scottish thing. That's a fair explanation for a lot of stuff. Is it strange that I don't know what brown sauce is? Is brown sauce very English? I suppose so. One more suggestion from Playmaker. Not sure about Danny Barrow, but I've always liked him because he can play in multiple positions. Let's have a look at Danny Barrow. Whereabouts is Danny Barrow right now? Danny Barrow is a free agent. He was at Oulu. Hasn't had a club for a while, from the looks of things. Scored 7 goals, 2 assists, then released, and nothing happened from there on in. Let's get him in on a trial. See what the FM gods have to say about him. Thank you very much, my dude. Holy fab, it's like pink sauce but brown. That's as much information as you'll get. I should never watch Anderlecht when they play late. Now I'm angry before bed. That is a risk. A risk. Is the game over? Have you lost, or is there still time to possibly get back to it? So DM Basis does explain, well, it's similar to Worcestershire's, although that's probably not widely available in Europe either. When I think of brown sauce, it's not something you want to eat. That's definitely different. That's definitely different. Oh, you can't knock a bit of ketchup on chips is fine. Not mayonnaise though. Mayonnaise is awful. What is peanut sauce? Is that like satay, or is that something different? My word, bless you guys very much. We've got a hype chest. I don't know what a hype chest means. Let's share that. It's a Santa Claus. It's a Santa Claus doing a thing with his thumb. I'm not going to explain exactly what he's doing with his thumb. If you're old enough, you'll know. Peanut sauce is the nuts. That's a good. That's rival. That's competing with Johnny Trotter for pun of the stream. Peanut sauce. I knew the Dutch were a bit out there, but man, I could see like I can imagine chips with satay sauce just about. I mean, you have like satay sauce with with potatoes, so like yeah, perfectly fine. Much better than mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is awful. Mayonnaise is the worst thing that has ever been existed. And I appreciate that means that some people might leave the stream now. I get that. But it's a hill I'm willing to die on. Not many minutes for him. Hadi Karim, that's the middle fart guy. We didn't check it in context. Is that because that's not an active division? No, it is. Probably a little bit lower than we'd be willing to go, but let's give Hadi Karim a proper look. We have some scouting information, so we know he's played as a winger. Just the 3 goals, no assists, but he should have had assists. Like, he created good chances. Let's keep an eye on Hadi Karim. He does like to dwell on ball. Not necessarily the greatest thing, but not the worst thing either. Noel Hasser. Now that's a forehead. That is a forehead. You forgot that I hate mayo. I am very, very, very anti-mayo. It's lush, highly recommended. We eat it with both and we call it war fries. War fries is a pretty cool name. DM Basis knows what it's about. Mayo is pretty awful. Who, like, you got an egg, right? You got an egg, you cracked open the egg, and then you went, this egg doesn't look like the kind of thing I want to eat. I want to add oil to it. I want oily egg. Oily egg. Blah. Sorry, RJ. Sorry. Well, I mean, the Belgian and the Dutch, I understand, like mayo is very, very prevalent. Satay sauce, onions, and mayonnaise with chips. We should try Maggie. What is Maggie? Yeah, May understands that mayo is horrid. Sidecar now realises how English he is. You should keep my wife's name out of your mouth. You should. Fair enough. Oh, sorry, you said moth. We should definitely keep your wife's name out of our moth. It is a bit weird that I have a moth, and that you know, but yeah, time to send a box of proper mayonnaise to Mustermann's PO box. Yeah, I really wouldn't. Sidecar opinions on Bovril. I was talking about this the other day. I've never had Bovril. Never had it. Garlic mayo is the king of condiments. You will die on that hill. Fair enough. Winter match days aren't made without Bovril. See, yeah, it's it's something I've definitely got to try. I've done Ovaltine. That's the other old person drink, right? But yeah, never done Bovril. I wanted to look at Noel Hasser. That's where we were at. Noel Hasser's contract is about to expire. He looks like he might be okay. Obviously, if a player plays for a good team like Ilves, that kind of fills you with a bit of confidence there. He hasn't completed... Oh, he's only played 198 minutes. Sorry, ignore me there. Jacob Ortmark at at no porking. At no porking hasn't played much either. Mamadou Digne hasn't played at all. So that's not particularly useful to us. Midfielder on the right we're going to have a look at. Right, so Marinus has showed us... Oh, right. Okay, yes, I know. Maggie. Cool. Yeah. Maggie's all right. Maggie is all right. Mayo is one of the key pillars of Belgian culture. Exactly. Garlic mayo is good, that's fair, but standard mayo is awful. You see, I can't agree with you there either. Like, garlic mayo takes something that's amazing, garlic, and then ruins it with mayo. And another that hasn't had Bovril, true. You've got to make your own mayo. That's even worse. You're then the one responsible for adding oil to your eggs. Weird. Is it me, or does this Hassa dude have a long head? I mean, that's why I went back to look at him. That was like, what a forehead. What a forehead. This anti-mayo talk is clearly due to the 100 Years' War, says Nickname. Possibly. Wait, so in my save, your team is interested in my striker I am playing in Bosnia. Interesting. Is your striker good? Should I be interested in your striker? Deja vu, we had this Bovril Ovaltine convo a few days ago. Indeed. Considering no one's asked me about Bovril prior to this point, it does feel like a very, very weird coincidence. He has a long head like an upside down Ruud van Nistelrooy. So pucker pie, Bovril at the Audeby Stadium with my dad. Perfect. I don't mind a pucker pie, I must suggest. Wake up, Maggie. I think I've got something to say to you. Oh, I wish I had had my mandolin still. Some of the food takes in this channel baffle me. That's the English for you. Coming from people eating beans with everything all day. I hate to break it to you. We don't eat beans with everything all days. Like, sometimes we eat it on its own. Just raw, straight out the can. We don't even cook it. We're just like shoveling beans into our face. It's just, it's a pastime. Aioli is a kind of garlic mayo. It's great. It is indeed. Well, not great, but it is a type of garlic mayo. What's Hassa's heading like? That is a fair question to ask. Let's go and find Hassa again. Oh, he was right. Okay, that's not an easy one to search with. So he's a midfielder. Noel Hassa. He's really bad at heading. Really bad. Low, somewhere between a 1 and 6. Incredible stuff. You can't write it, as they would say. What a beautiful irony. A beautiful irony. Beans are fucking great. They are. Right. That's why England smells like farts. Quite possibly. Can't take it seriously about mayo. Look, just because we're a little bit more refined doesn't mean that our takes are wrong. I get it. Who is this gentleman? He looks like he might be okay. Is this an active league? He's in the Superettan. Oh. I like the sound then, potentially, of Noble Tesfaz. I don't like the sound because I definitely can't pronounce that. Noble. Tesfazgi Gebrezhki. Gebrezhki, I think we can go with. An Ethiopian international. Let's keep an eye on this gentleman. He looks to be kind of okay. But played at right midfield, so kind of not as attacking. I like the suggestion of it. Maybe not as enthused now, but still enthused enough. Hey, we made McDonald's. We're the health food capital of the world. A bold take, Hank. A bold take. So, you also invented baked beans. Fair point. And that's something to be proud of. So in my town, there'll be multiple American fast food restaurants in the same mall. We call it Obesity Town. Sounds about right. That's exactly what Hank said. We need him so you struggle every time you want to pronounce his name. That's kind of what's appealing to me. I think that constantly tripping over names is kind of my calling card now. I mean, it's actually the only reason that that Crudmo even joins in the streams is so that he can correct pronunciation. Yeah, so we've got a handful that we're looking at there. Let's get Callanan in on a trial as well. So most of these guys we obviously won't be signing, but we'll be kind of we don't have performance statistics to go on, so we will be looking primarily at their what's the word, attributes and the scout report. But maybe we're only really going to pull the trigger if we think someone is really good. We're going to deal a lot in loans. We're allowed 5 loans, and that we won't be able to do that though until January. But with this, I think we've got a good idea. We've transfer listed Ajala, Fonsell, Machado. Larson will be transfer listed, or he has been transfer listed. His contract's about to be done there. And yeah, potentially selling off other players. We can. I'm gonna edge you guys now. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna edge you guys because we're about to head into an ad, and that means that I'm not going to press continue just yet. We will do in a few moments. So I'm going to see you guys in 3 minutes. Damn, we missed it. I apologise. Thank you very much for the resubscription, Claza, and the copy pasta. Wonderful to see. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to get back in time to hear the soundbite. I tried to. Welcome in, Dennis, by the way. I do see now why they copy pasted you, because it came up twice. Indeed, lovely to have you in. I hope you're doing well. Great, fantastic start with the season there. And also Pavel over on YouTube, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely time. Now I'm going to stop trying to catch up with chat because I'm clearly not doing a very good job with it. But I will endorse the idea of an anti-Quadmo win.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you, Hollyfab. Very, very much appreciated. And we got the soundbite. Even better. How do you balloon? It's not the copy pasta. It's not the copy pasta. Dean Bassist, I see, has been aggressively pro-Crudmo since this place was born. Except the times when you weren't, indeed. So I have designed the Crudmo Out t-shirt. And it felt bad. I sent it across to Crudmo earlier on today. And it feels bad. I don't have it in me to put something forward that says Crudmo out into the public sphere, even though he seems quite enthusiastic by it. So I think we might have to go with don't feed the Crudmo somehow or somewhere. Crudmo in feels just a bit too nice. Are we going to get any legit muster merch? So we have some designed. I don't have it set up. Okay. Right, bear me one moment. Let's see what I can do here. So now you see, now I have to show you all the stuff behind the scenes. Let's go on over to Figma. There has always been some muster merch potentially in the workings. Various ideas that have never gone anywhere whatsoever. But I need to open up another thing on the computer. There's Sizer. Make the browser the right size. So there are some potential t-shirt designs. Some that are going back to the Pauk series that never went any further. Let's show them off then. So nope, it doesn't like that. Small browser. To that one there. There we go. We had a design for the Who the Fuck is Fevos Bottas 4-part a cappella. So Who the Fuck is Fevos? I don't even know if I have that song anymore. That was one of the designs that may well come forwards. There's the Monty Python quote, strange men hiding on the internet distributing tactics is no basis for a system of football. There's the Even Civilis one. Evens, this one was designed because I got a YouTube comment calling me, telling me that I should be ashamed for calling Even Civilis a bastard. So I then set up to create a design for that. I think you might be able to work out what this one is. So I'm struggling to get a good depiction of a wind tunnel. But that does currently appear to be a balloon, not on a wind tunnel, on a needle. Exactly, needle balloon and that stuff. The Top Trump's idea, in terms of actually having a pack that people can take, would be cool. And then we have a Crudmo out. Crudmo wants his face plastered over the world. We have a Crudmo out shirt potentially. There's also some ideas of having some pizza chart coasters and mugs and various other things. RJ wants the Crudmo out. I want to see if it's possible to get football shirts done instead. So have feed the Crudmo on the back, like Venegor of Hesselink. It's just too long. So yeah, RJ wants it. ACAB wants 5. I like the Monty Python shirt, DM Bassist. I think it works well enough in terms of as a quote, but also it's not so weird that you have to explain it to every single person you see. So there are some ideas. There's more stuff that's going to be worked on. But yeah, I probably via Redbubble eventually. Right, back to the stream. That is far too much about that bit of stuff there. So give me an Olawale mug. An Olawale mug would be quite cool. Like I do like the idea of a mug with the IFK Mariehamn squad all round it, because we do have them in that. So I want some coasters with the player faces or a Musterman logo mug. We could certainly do that. I say all the faces we can certainly do. Well, some of the faces we can certainly do. I am very, very mindful of the fact that, you know, my drawing skills are questionable. I think would probably be the best way to put it. Some of these faces are certainly a lot better. I feel like Dahlstrom, that's going to scale up okay. Adam Zhu, he's a bit shit. Nobody has any affection for Adam Juhi anyway, which is fine. But like, I have to be selective. Dahlstrom's definitely fine. Okoriki's definitely fine. I think Olawale is just about passable. I feel Lundberg could go somewhere as well. So Pavel says thank you and thank you. You're doing a great job on the stream. Bless you. Thank you very much. So there are some other bits I've missed there. BMA asks us another question. How do you do signings in the first season when you don't have all of the stuff to go by? So BMA, when I do a save like I did with this, so Ladislav has pointed out I've got a massive spreadsheet from simulations where I make recommendations of players who perform well in the first season. Part of my YouTube series. I should probably do that thing, shouldn't I? Socials probably. I can't remember if there's a YouTube thing. But when I play, first window is always off for me. The squads have just been through a transfer window, so even if it's not balanced, in my opinion, I prefer to play with the first transfer window off, and then by the time the next transfer window is around, I have data to work from. Right, let's see if I've missed anything. Reekinen goalkeeper gloves with a hole in them. That's a good idea. So what would the price range be? So it'll be the standard price range on Redbubble. So I think generally speaking, t-shirts are sort of around the £20 mark. Might be a little bit lower. I can't be 100% certain on that. Things that are a little bit smaller, things like stickers and coasters and mugs and stuff, I think they start generally around the £3 mark. I think mugs might go up to about 7 or 8. I'm not 100% certain on that. Now, an element of that, from what I can see, you can set it, and my plan would be to set it at the medium level, rather than like try and manipulate it. But then there would be various potentially discounts, kind of with the Patreon, which would bring it down to the low level. But I'm not 100% on that. I've done some research, and probably the easiest thing I could have probably said was just said, I don't know for now. But there we go. It's all about the Benjamins. Jan Venego of Hesslink has his own parody song based on L'amour toujours by Gigi D'Agostino. I don't think I know that song, I'm afraid. Okay, thanks for answering all of my silly and probably often heard questions. There is no such thing as a silly question. That's not true. There is definitely things like there are plenty of silly questions out there. But though none of those were silly questions. A tip: start at £20 and go up. I have a very I massively appreciate the support. Obviously, I'm very keen to grow this in a way that I could make this my job. So obviously, there's got to be a money making element to the work that I do. But I definitely have a very uneasy relationship with the idea of it. SJK got a draw against Ekenas in the first leg. Ekenas could be going down. SJK could be returning. That'll be fun. There's no such thing as a silly question, except when Krobmo is involved. That's a pretty good rule. Let's see. Have they added anything new? They've added nothing new, so that's fine by me. End of season team meeting. Hello. Goodbye. There's not the worst season from injuries from the looks of things. Willie Nunez. Oh, let's move Nunez up to the First team squad. I don't think he's going to make... He certainly hasn't met his target because he was injured for like 6 months. He had a target to score 10 league goals. Started off pretty damn well. And then was it a torn ligament? Torn calf muscle. Has kind of derailed his loan spell, unfortunately. Only silly answers from the streamer. That is true. What percentage of revenue is used to feed the Chromo? Well, the whole point is we don't feed the Chromo. We don't feed the Quadmo. Definitely never feed the Quadmo. Or not after midnight. Something along those lines. That's why I look so thin in the picture he drew on the t-shirt. Exactly. Beautiful, Marinus. I will store that for later because I don't have the audio set up to the browser, so I don't think we can listen along, unfortunately. Don't just think L'Oreal. I will think L'Oreal because you're worth it. I thought it was just because of my luscious locks. Just maybe instead of asking to get paid in money, I could get paid in shampoo. I think I could cope with that. I think I could just about. Actually, I wouldn't. I'd feel pretty ripped off if someone if L'Oreal came up to me and said, "Look, your hair looks shit. I would like to give you some free shampoo." I'd probably turn it down. They'd be right, but that's not the point. Right, we've hit continue, by the way, guys. I don't know if you've noticed. We've actually gone and hit continue tonight. Crazy, I know. It's only taken 3 hours and 24 minutes. And, oh, that's a shame. Ekenas won the away leg. Ulu are into the final, potentially. No, that's the first leg of the semi-finals. So we can move through. I did press continue, indeed. Going too fast for me, I'm out. He's only gone and done it. Isn't this such a... Like, for those of you that came along earlier in the week, isn't this such a weird change of pace by comparison? I mean, let's face it, even for something where I was doing a single season in a day, I was still pretty pretty slow at that. Like, good night. Indeed, that's understandable. That's understandable. Night, RJ. Musterman presses continue, streams end. Genuinely, could you imagine if the game got confused and decided to crash at that point? After 3 hours of going through all that without saving. I think I might even cry. I mean, as much as I enjoy this approach, maybe not the best thing. So Ulu might be going to Europe. 4-1 in the first leg against Lati. Incredible stuff. As I said, I'm pretty sure they were close to relegation last season. I'm 4 hours in and I'm almost close to signing a goalkeeper. You'll do it. You will do it. Whether that goalkeeper is good, that's another matter altogether. Do we have a top 10 academy? No, we don't. There's a shock. Larsson's contract set to expire. That's marvellous. Doesn't it 1 year extension after league games avoid relegation? He definitely met the criteria. I have a feeling it's going to auto-extend, so let's see what happens if we set for release. And that's all left to the staff, so that's fine. It's fine. Well, it's based on statistics, so he must be good. That will do. That will do it. But, I mean, I say that. I mean, there are definitely times already where we're kind of going, well, look, the statistics ain't great, but at least he's willing to join. Okay. Olawale. Oh, no, that's Player of the Month. Okay, that's not that excited. Robin Wendon Thomason. It's a good name. He's on the he's about to join TPS. Maybe that's one of the guys we looked at before. Third in Manager of the Month. That's quite nice. I don't think we were anywhere near that during the course of the season. And any other months, that's all right. Loads of players in Team of the Month. That's good. Maybe that change. So we played the new formation in the relegation group. Seems to have done okay. I don't know if that's going to be good enough. We haven't tried it out really against good teams. We got the draw against Kanistan. But our big problem in both the first and second season was against the smaller teams. So if we can at least do well against them, maybe we end up having to balance between 2 or 3 tactics. We've got a new youth team sponsorship deal with a local company. Nice and vague there. Can Larty turn it around? Come on, let's see an amazing comeback. Turning around a 4-1 defeat. They can do it. It's going to take its time, though. It's going to take its time. Oulu have one of the worst clean sheet records as well. Only 5. So that's the blueprint. That's the blueprint. Just score more than everyone else. Oulu are in Europe. There we go. So here we go. Here's the review. It's literally been 4 days. So the opinions on the transfer. Savalainen was a free. He's an A+. I agree with that. I've been really happy with him. Adam Dew, he is a B-, because he helps us meet squad registration rules. Like, he's a rotation piece. He did okay. Skoglund comes in as a B+. I agree with that. When he was fit, at least, he scored loads of goals. Dylan Shambost is a C-, a wage that is too high for his place in the squad. Adam won't be happy with that. Queetonen, B-. Yeah, I'm quite happy. Agree with that. C+ for Forstrom. I think Forstrom's been okay, but yeah, I kind of agree there. Low for this. B- for Rock. He doesn't earn much. That makes sense. And they're happy with the deal for Lasse Schultz, who was somehow worse than Matthias Riikonen, so I'm surprised by that one. Chris Norton Walker is back from the co-op. It's open until 10 p.m. Fair enough. When did you go? Oh, you've been gone for ages, haven't you? That's one hell of a big shop. One hell of a... actually, did you have to walk there, I'm guessing, given the... Yeah. So, yeah, I understand. I understand that. So, we sold Suleiman. Satisfied. Unhappy that we sold Jaden Reed. Jaden Reed was a man who was angry at us because he wasn't able to learn Swedish. We sent him on a course. He just wasn't good at it. I still feel sad about Overhaul leaving. A day, that's fine. Pleased to get Robin Sid off the wage bill, that's fine. Pleased with that. Unhappy but happy. Feel we could have got... He was out of contract. So they're saying they feel we could have got a higher transfer fee for the player. We got compensation. Norquist, that's fine. Loans out. Unhappy about loaning him out, that's fine. 7th, yep, disappointed. That's understandable. What are our moments to remember? We won a game in a cup 10-0. I suppose that does count. Slayman's goal is our goal of the season in the Conference League. I don't remember this. Or get lost in the... Oh, he might have got lost, yes. So you did walk because of your eye. Understandable. Slaymar. I love Slaymar. Really, really hope he's going to be good this season. Oh, that's far too quick. If we want to enjoy the goal, just down one bit here. Yeah, that'll do. Shambost. Oh, I do remember this. Yeah, that was a nice finish. Goal of the season for us? Maybe not, but yeah. Good old Jimmy Slayman. Finances, we got less broadcast revenue. Sponsorships gone up massively. Prize money, 1.2 million in prize money. I'm not sure that we got 600k, didn't we? And like 85k per round. So that was like... So yeah, it was 85k per round. There's 3 rounds. So that's 255k. And it's like 425 for the thing. So has our prize money been doubled? Maybe. Okay, I'm not complaining. There's our best 11. Yeah, that's kind of what I expect to see. No awards for me. Fans player of the season is Olawale. Young player Lundberg. Signing of the season Juhi. Goal of the season Slayman. Top goal scorer Daniel Enquist, the player that can't but somehow does. We've got Olawale with the ratings. Most passes completed by Dahlstrom. Most goals in a season. Olawale is a record holder. Apparently no one has ever scored a hat-trick for Mariehamn before. I don't believe that. Enquist is a record holder. Olawale is another record holder. 7 yellows in 28 games isn't that bad. Fastest goal to Shambos. Youngest goal scorer is now Jimmy Slayman. Oldest goal scorer at 30 years. That's wrong as well. That's got to be wrong. So you listen to some MF Doom on the way. That does kind of make it up. It's a bit nippy. It is a bit nippy. 85k per round or game. It's per round. So we'll pop to that in a moment. No competition awards. History in the making. I don't think we made any history. We did. Oh, we won the Liga Cup, didn't we? We won the Liga Cup. I forgot about that. We did win something this year. Our first trophy, in fact. So, we pop to the Conference League, competitions, rules. So, round appearance money is 85.5k. So, basically, by getting to that round, we got 85k. If we lost at that round, we'd then get another 129k. So we got through it's the league path rather than champions path. We got that round. We got through this round, which is another 85.5k. So that's up to 170 now, 171. But we didn't lose in that round, so we don't get the loser prize money at that point. And then we got to this round, so we get the 85 there. That's 256,500, and then 472,000 on top of that for losing. Well, that's the way I read it, right? Isn't it? Or have I missed something? Have I got something wrong there? Supposed to be per game, says BMA. I don't think it is. It says round. Maybe it is, but even then, that's only another 256. So 250 plus 470 is 720. That would bring it up to under $1 million still, I think. So yes, that would still be under $1 million in terms of competition prize money. Unless, wait a second. Is there anything with the Liga Cup? There's no prize money mentioned for these. Nothing in... So nothing for the Liga Cup. Maybe for the Swarman Cup. So if you win the Swarman Cup, you get 43k. A little bit for runners-up. Nothing for reaching the semi-finals. What's the prize money for this? So no prize money written down for the group stage, but then when we split, is there some... No, nothing for the league. Weird. I'll certainly take it in. It's nice, isn't it? So let's see. How did the games tonight finish? There have been no games. We've just been talking players. Out Farby, I've just spent 6 hours tinkering with my tactic, and basically all I did in the end was replace my trequartista with an enganche and lower the tempo. That sounds perfect. That's a proper session. Let's hope it actually works as intended tomorrow during pre-season. Good night, everyone. Have a lovely evening. Sleep well, my dude. Thank you very much for popping by. So think the game gives you per game, but not sure about the rest of the money. How much is domestic prize money? Unfortunately, nothing for us. But, you know, if we've got more money out of it somehow, I'm not going to complain. Most players of the match is Olawale. Olawale was out for like 5 weeks as well. Team of the season, Olawale. Olawale as second in player of the season. Do we have anyone in any of these? Apparently, Rikkonen isn't goalkeeper of the season. It's just Olawale. Olawale getting all the awards. Didn't even get any seconds or thirds. Oh, you meant real football. Sorry, I do apologise. I don't. What are the results from tonight? There was one I saw. Havertz scored, I believe they mentioned. RJ didn't reply when I asked what the final score was of the Anderlecht game, so I think they lost. Brighton 0, Brentford 0, Arsenal 1, Ipswich 0. Okay, Not a particularly rubbish. Good thing. So we did set him for release, but it does automatically kick in. So there we go. Adam Larsson's. Hopefully we can get a bit of cash from him then. Now, it's outside of a transfer window, so I don't expect anybody to be picking up any interest. But I will just see in case they are. And nope, they aren't. And basically, we're going to get forwards and probably make some judgment on players, on attributes. Scary judging on attributes rather than stats for those guys. But if there is someone that looks like they're really good, then definitely we're going to pull the trigger. And elect lost 3-2. That'll be why. That's why it's gone. I'm sorry, RJ. Holy fab, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. After 4.5 hours, I have signed a goalkeeper. I'm so sorry that I don't have a proper celebration for that moment, but I do have some kind that I feel is appropriate. There we go. You deserved a celebration. 4.5 hours. You've got a goalkeeper. Who is the goalkeeper? Have you pop it in the Discord if you haven't already. Love to see who you eventually settled on. And by the way, Twisted Valor, perhaps. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. If you feel comfortable chatting and you haven't been scared off by whatever the hell that was, let us know who you support, who you're playing with in FM. Love to hear from you. So that's like United signing the proper manager after 4 years. Indeed. Well, it's like Man United spending 6 weeks deciding whether they're going to sack a manager or not. And then by the time that they've made their decision, that it ends up that they've done it a bit too late and they keep him anyway. Olawale is back. Reekkonen's contract is set to expire and he's going to be released. When's that happened then? Indeed. More like since Fergie left. Is Huppier in your staff? Asks Playmaker. He is indeed. So we've delegated the staff thing out, but yeah, they signed Sammy Huppier, which is quite nice. Especially because so he's in as a coach. Came in right near the start. And obviously, I know that Patrick Reitinen has often been, at one point at least, when he was younger, there were people saying he was going to be the next Sammy Huppier. So I like to think he's been brought in to mentor Reitinen specifically. Obviously that's not the case, but yeah, you know. Twisted Valid supports Benfica because you're Portuguese, but in the Premier, I'm rooting for Amarin right now. Not Vita Pereira. Why not for the other Portuguese managers? What about Nuno Santos? But no, that makes sense. How do you feel about Benfica's season so far? Forza Benfica indeed. Posted in Discord. Javier Bellman is the chosen one. Interesting. I'm going to look forward to. Let's see if I can bring that up. I want to see there. Yes, I like the look of that. I like the look of that a lot. Javier Bellman, goalkeeper from Girona. How much did he cost you in the end? Were you able to replace him for less than the money you raised for? It was 6 million, wasn't it? You had to sell your last goalkeeper for. Ghosted Gaming, currently ripping my hair out trying not to get relegation group for the second year in a row with FAC. I mean, I know those frustrations well. I know those frustrations very well. I mean, at least think of it this way: if you've done it once, you already know that you've got the ability to survive the relegation group a second time. So very poor football from the club till now. First place, but still not enough good performance, actually. How do you feel about Kerem Aktürkoğlu? He's a player I really like. I really, really like. And I know that he's had some good moments, but can be a little bit... can be very easy to anger. Holy Fab got him for 950k. Beautiful. Beautiful. That looks like a cracking signing. Right, when do we've got players on international duty. That's nice. Oh, it's youth players, and it's a Slayman, Lundberg probably there as well. So international, we've got Holmberg, not Slayman. Who's the other ones travelling? Edlund's travelling. Anyone else? Not quite gone yet. So we're actually going to holiday forwards a little bit. We're going to holiday through until the contracts expire. And then we're going to look to try and bring in some more of those players in on trial. We'll then move forwards until the first set of trials are all about to come to an end. See if we've got some that we feel comfortable making a bid on. So Crodmo, you know you're old when a Benfica fan joins the club. And you realise your favourite Benfica player is the club president. Indeed, Rui Costa was an amazing player, though. Amazing player. So, Kerem's been your great player so far. Not even close, he's a beast. It's what I like to hear. What I like to hear. Quality player. Ladislav Almasi hates Rui Costa. Why do you hate Rui Costa? Connor, just told my 20-year-old most promising centre-back that he's been training well. 9.15 rating. To try and give him a boost, and he's basically called me a moron. Love FM. Like, yeah, evidently, take it as a good thing. That means that he thinks he can do even better. Like, maybe he shouldn't have called you a moron, but it shows that he's got high standards that he's saying. Exactly. How can anyone hate Rui Costa? That might be the most controversial statement yet. I was upsetting people about mayonnaise earlier. And Sadly, we don't have anyone in the best 50 players in the world. We've got staff members signing new contracts. Matches Riikonen is gone. There we go. Shame it never quite worked out. But at least I drew a picture and I haven't been sucked in by a sunk cost fallacy. So that I feel like is a small victory. For me, personally, rather than anything else. We should now see a whole load more people with expired contracts. See, okay, not that many that can speak Swedish or Finnish. So we'll probably end up trying to get as many of these guys in. These like 15 or 16-year-olds, I assume, are ones that didn't get offered a contract from our youth thing. So we're gonna. I remember Rijkaard Bjorklund. Oh yeah, so that's what that is. Eric Nilsson, I didn't necessarily feel particularly enthused by. So we'll bring him in anyway. What harm does a trial do, right? Offer trial, 4 weeks. There we go. Deadline day 2023. Yeah, I'm afraid you're gonna have to expand on that one. What did he do? What happened back then? Rui Costa and Batigol at Fiorentina. Like, oh, Batistuta was so good. Olawale is up there, surely. You would have thought. I know. I'm sure we're going to find the next Timu Pukki sooner or later. Most definitely. We've got him. We've got the next Timu Pukki. It's Arvid Lundberg. Arvid Lundberg is our saviour. Yuri Koski was the guy who conceded a crazy amount of goals. Soren Andresen scored 4 goals in 24 games last year. Is injury prone. Let's not bother wasting our time with him. Carl Lang. Carl Lang, right-footed. Played 1 game. Oh no, he played 4 games. Scored a goal, got an assist. Let's see what the deal would be with him. Let's bring Carl Lang in. Anthony Olasanya I thought he had a good first season. 19 goals and then was rubbish last year. So let's give Olasanya. It is now the Gaffer Kako. Welcome on in. Lovely to have you in, Raiders. Thank you very much. By the way, now I know a number of you guys were in last week when we raided out to Gaffer, but if you didn't take the opportunity then to follow him, you should most definitely take the opportunity to follow him now. You see that lovely heart up there? I don't know where I am roughly. No, that way. Click it now. Right, let's say hello and welcome you all in. I'm MustermannFM. We are currently in Finland with a team called IFK Mariehamn. Now, IFK Mariehamn are quite a unique club in Finland. They're based in this archipelago off the mainland known as the Åland Islands. And it's autonomous, so they have their own government. They speak Swedish as their official language. So we've taken them over. I've been to Mariehamn, which is why I've popped there, and we're essentially going to try our best to win some leagues, maybe even get a bit of a European adventure, but ultimately see where the save takes us. There's no end goal. We've just come to the end of the second season, so let's head on in. I'll give you a little recap. First season round, we finished in 4th, which was rather good. Let's do it from here, in fact. We finished in 4th. The way the league works, there's only 12 teams. After we play each other twice, it splits into 2. And we crept into 6th place right at the last minute in the first season. And then just went on win after win after win. We finished 4th. Went into a playoffs for qualification for Europe. And we made it. Absolutely marvellous stuff. Brilliant. We won like our first 2 qualification rounds in the Conference League, which is a massive achievement for us. And unfortunately, maybe that extra work for us in Europe saw us plummet like hell, and we for a while looked like we might have been fighting right near the bottom, but we didn't. So that's where we're at. We've just been assessing the team, and we're now going through our transfer period. So, Gaffer, how was your stream? Love to know. It was lovely to have you in. I hope you've had a wonderful Christmas as well. So you said, evening, good sir, hope you're well. I am very, very well. Hi, MustermannFM, pleased to meet. Thank you, Crodmo. Thank you. Didn't Eric Nilsson sing One is the Loneliest Number? It's not. What is it? It is Nilsson. It is Nilsson. It's not Eric Nilsson, though, is it? Was it Roger Nilsson? It's a great song. He also sang Everybody's Talking as well, didn't he? What is it? What is it, Roger Nilsson? You've sent me off. I'm now on a. You're lucky I didn't sing one, really. Holy fab, hi Musterman indeed. So Bedad, Egg Barley, and Rui Costa nearly got into a scrap over it. Right, fair enough. Not Mayo Man. I'm not the Mayo Man though. Sidecar, yes. I've maybe asked before. Do they consider themselves Finnish or Swedish? They very much consider themselves Finnish, but they want the people I've met. Well, so almost all of the people I've met have either lived in Sweden and now returned back to Åland, or moved to Sweden permanently. So they certainly would say that they are Finnish, but they clearly secretly believe they're Swedish. Gotta go, says BMA. Lovely to have you in this evening, my dude. Thank you very much for the subscription. I hope you have a gotta get your brother from the movies. Have a lovely evening, my dude. By the way, Gaffer, thank you so much for the follow. And to Thomas, Thomas, beautiful name. So, very good. Developing the players on really well at the moment. Not had the best intake, but a couple of good players we can work with. It was a great Christmas, mate. How was yours? Going to raid and run. No worries. Thank you very much for popping by. I appreciate it. Christmas was fabulous. I was streaming for 12 days every day, 12 hours every day. Adding a little spot over here of normalcy for those that might have needed it. It's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. But have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for the raid, my dude. Right, Costa is one of the most graceful and elegant footballers I've seen in many years on the planet. Sad to say, I could virtually write a book on horrible things about Chelsea. I mean, I'm sure if you really wanted to go down the route of horrible things that people have done, you'd probably be able to find stuff on Rui Costa as well. Like, there are very few footballers who have a squeaky clean image. It's Harry Nilsson. Of course it's Harry Nilsson. Indeed. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Roger Nilsson played for Sheffield United in the 90s. He also sang a wonderful rendition of One Is the Loneliest Number. I don't dislike him as a player. Just seeing the still no green light from Rui Costa for 6 hours on deadline day made me hate him. Okay. Am I thinking about the Roger bracket Steve Miller band? Would you not love to see the Roger Miller band? That would be incredible. Trailers for sale or rent? Did Steve Miller do a version of King of the Road? I don't know about that one. Streaming for the 12 Nights of Christmas, all in one day somehow as well. Indeed. There was a small part of me, a really small part of me, that was tempted to turn this into a 12-hour stream. Just like not tell anyone, just go from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. But dear God, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do it 4 days in a row. Playmaker says, I think they know they are Finnish, but are more like Swedish. Yes, I think that's a very fair way of putting it. But yeah, like all of those that granted they're all friends, they're all people within the same social group, or the families knew each other. So I may have only seen a small slice of Ålanders, but yeah, they definitely travel to Sweden far more often than they would to mainland Finland. And I get it. As I've said before, Sweden is full of very beautiful people. Very, very beautiful people. Everywhere. Sickeningly beautiful. Did we offer him a trial? No, that's what we were going to do. We're going to offer Olasanya a trial as well. He wasn't great last season, but he was very good the first season. So that could be a possibility there. Once we've got that, we've got Harry Nilsson, Johan Lange, and Anthony Olasanya. It should tell us here. So the first set of trials are about to finish. So let's just move that forwards a little bit. We'll then see if any of them look like they're good enough to do that. It's by Roger Miller. No, wait a second. Who's Roger Miller? Should I know who that Roger Miller is? Not Miller. I'm now thinking of Glenn Miller. That doesn't help. That doesn't help at all. I mean, he wants to move. He wants to move. That's not what we want. But I can't speak to him now because I holidayed for 2 days. Interaction. You can't do that. So he hasn't demanded it yet. Well, he can get it. We won't stand in his way. A good bid and he can go. But that would be very sad. It'd be very sad to lose Olawale. But realistically, like, Olawale's been at the club for quite a while. Oh dear, Lundberg wants to leave as well now. What I was about to say is Lundberg is more important to me because he's a homegrown player. Olawale's been there since 2016? No. 2021. Not quite as long as I thought. So coming up to 5 years though. So that would be a little bit sad. Roger Miller was a Cameroon striker. Well, I know Roger Miller was a Cameroon striker. Everyone knows that, surely. Any clubs you're eyeing to do a save with on FM25 when, if it gets released? Well, I do plan on returning to the PAOK Zaragoza save that I was doing earlier this year. This save was potentially the one we were going to do in FM25. From a Moneyball Clinic perspective, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what happens by the end of the season. It'll be really cool to see which teams like need a rebuild. But otherwise, no. Like I like to react to the moment. So yeah, nothing specifically planned in that respect, other than the return to Zaragoza. Glenn Miller was a American jazz band leader. He was indeed. Pennsylvania, 65000. A little bit of In the Mood. Yeah. Wasn't that lovely for you all to hear? I'm definitely not going crazy. He wants a challenge. You've already told us that you're opting out. You're an important part of my plans. Right, if we get a valuation, let's push that up to 750. 725 I'm fine with. No, surely no one's going to bid £725,000 for a Finnish kid worth only at max 550. We've got time. We've bought time for him to change his mind. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. I'm not going to get upset. Oh no. The whole reason we holidayed to that point was to assess these players. We do still have some information on them. That's something at least. Oops. Lol indeed. Did Willie score? Did Willie score international goal? He did indeed. For Finland's under-19s. Good old Willie. The dance in the World Cup. That's, yeah, indeed. Well, oldest goal scorer. Good old Roger Miller. I was defining Millers and Millers for you. Excluding former Barcelona and Real Madrid midfielder, Lewis Miller. Spent too long discussing King of the Road, if you ask me. There's King of the Road is a great song though. It is a classic. So Danny Barrow, nothing looks particularly good from an attribute standpoint there. He doesn't like big matches. I'm not particularly worried about him. Eetu Virtanen, 6'2", can jump, can finish, got decent movement, a little bit slow off the mark. Not necessarily the worst player out there. Add him to the shortlist. Callanan, they said, was quite good. He can pass. He's got good vision, got good movement, got good flair, decent pace, decent work rate. Not great in stamina or tackling. I don't mind the sound of Jari Callanan. And that's the guy that looks like Ollie Ball. Yeah, let's keep an eye on Callanan. He might be worth bringing in. I could see him doing that thing that I want off the left. That kind of not quite a playmaker. Constantino Haza says, I always enjoy a Wenger type journeyman beginning in Asia with a view towards Europe. That does sound quite fun. That definitely does sound fun. Eminem haircut on that guy. That I agree with. It's Ollie Ball. There we go. Lucas Mouronier. Decent pace, can pass, okay technique. Again, lots of players that don't like big matches. Not particularly good defensively, but neither is Enquist, and he seems to do fine. Yeah, I'm happy to keep an eye on Mouronier as well. Here's the goalkeepers. These are the important ones. This guy can't rush out. We do play with a sweeper keeper. Good agility though. Good positioning. Good decisions. Okay, handling, reflexes. Solid. Doesn't like big matches, but he is consistent. Good personality as well. Who's interested in him? There is an MLS team interested in him. 53 goals conceded in the season is a little scary. 28 and 28 isn't too bad. Keep an eye. I think we might... that might be okay. Kastyanenko. No. Agility matters to me, I'm afraid. Roger Milner ever score a hat-trick? If you get him, you have to call him Big Peen. I do indeed. Oh, we've got to sign Peen. That didn't even twig with me. Oh my, it's been a long week, hasn't it? He was the favourite. So Ladislav Amasi, he was the favourite in terms of it makes the most sense geographically. But yeah, he's wank. Absolutely wank. Not as wank as Big Peen, but that's in a completely and utterly different context. Edu Frias, 5'11" goalkeeper. Doesn't sweep, which isn't great. That's really low. Positioning fine, decisions fine. One-on-one reflexes is great. Agility. So it's really good at one-on-ones, but doesn't rush out for them. Sten Kremers is quite a fun thing to say. I like the look of Sten Kremers. Good agility, good rushing out, good reflexes, good one-on-ones, good decisions and positioning. He can even pass the ball as well. Consistent. Right, Sten Kremers is currently the front runner, I'm afraid, ahead of Peen. So, right, bedtime for me. Crudmo out. Thanks for the stream, Musterman. See you soon. Thank you very much for being along, my dude. Crodmo in. Crodmo in indeed. Have a lovely, lovely night's sleep. Zulaga. Good agility, good reflex, good rushing out. Bad positioning. Not interested in Zulaga. So let's see. Any news? Estimated wage is affordable on Stan Kremers. See, they even reckon he's considerably better than Nasser Schultz. Stan Kremers, please, please, please be good. Now he wants between 900 and 1.2. That's far too much. He's not going to reduce it. There is no interest though, so let's see what we've got going on here. Yeah, you're not getting a wage rise. You're not getting a sell-on fee. I should have removed them and excluded. We are going to drop down to 850 and lock that in. And see what that does. Cool. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Obviously, that's a no. That's a no. That's a no. But to sweeten the deal, he can have a lower release clause. 200k is big money to us. Ah, well. We tried. We tried. So you need 2 keepers or 1. We've got Edlund as a backup. So Edlund as a backup is possibly a bit raw still, but I don't mind that too much. We will probably still look at like the loan market for a backup. And again, we might end up with a lone goalkeeper as our first choice. But generally speaking, like Kremers was a really good player. We perhaps should have gone that high. That would be around, if we went up to 950, that's what Dahlstrom is earning. But also, yeah, we want to be as mindful as we possibly can. So let's see what the deal is here. He's slightly interested, slightly better wages. We'll say again that we're not really that keen on paying that much. Sullivan Peen, no, again, remove and exclude that. So we were willing to go to 850 on somebody who was better. We'll go to 800 here. I will say no on those. We'll push that up to 850. And again, we'll drop this down. Look, your chance to leave is absolutely fine. And they'll say, no, that's fine. We're going to carry on being miserly. It might mean we end up with no goalkeeper. Who needs a goalkeeper, right? Who needs a goalkeeper at this level? Yeah, we can wait a little bit on the other players. I think we should be all right waiting until the rest of the trials are complete. So, come on indeed. Looks like it's time for Big Peen. It did look like it was time for Big Peen, but Big Peen wasn't willing to negotiate. Could you imagine a team with Big Peen and Willie? Amazing stuff. He was good. He was good, but at the same time, he's not best player in the team. Oh, I'm not willing to have my goalkeeper as the best player in the team. We will come back to it. So we've got him on the shortlist. Yeah, we do have him on our shortlist. So what I'm ultimately going to hope is that we can play a game of chicken with him. Oh, we missed Univetali. Let's bring him in. No. I don't want to speak to you again. Off a trial. He was a player we were going to keep an eye on as well. Guys, I'm having some troubles on my save. I have the most passes on the opponent third and least passes on my own third, but for some reason I don't score goals and I concede them. Any questions of what could be the problem? Think of it this way. If you've got most passes in the final third, that suggests that you're not managing to break down teams. You're constantly passing it around in that third. Let's see if I can. It might be easier to do it this way. Where's that lovely link? Come on, tactical board. Let's clear all that off and all that, and then pop on over here with the browser. So if you're up against a standard defense, sitting in a 4-4 block, strikers there, they're gonna look to be as compact as they possibly can, so that their job is ultimately they're trying to keep you out of the dangerous areas as much as they possibly can. They're sitting deep and they're sitting compact. Now, these guys might be a little bit deeper as you go. And let me get your players. You have... Sorry, we will get there in a moment. Ironically, we're about to hit into a break. So if I noticed that was coming up beforehand, I would have suggested that I would have done this bit during the break. But you've got the ball. And they're essentially trying to keep you out of the box. If you've got a lot of passes, to have a lot of passes, it means you're constantly circling it around this area. You want to have much more directness there. So if you increase the directness, you should be able to get there before the defense is able to settle. Because you've got a lot of the ball, it probably means that your players are pushing up high. And so these guys don't need to make that many passes in your final third, because they're counter-attacking, they're exploiting the space before your defenders can get back into possession. If that makes sense. ACAB, thank you very much. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Hopefully see you again soon. Right, the break's about to come in, so I'm going to see you guys in about 3 minutes. Oh shit! I've just seen it's 11 p.m. I should have really twigged when that's saying that when the break came up. It is still apparently in the ads, so I probably should have waited anyway because people aren't going to hear this. But actually, this is probably where we're going to come to an end for an evening. Just 4 hours rather than the 12 tonight. So, Mr. Tunafish, when we'll stick around for a little bit and talk. Twisted Valor, did that help at all? So essentially, you want to look to potentially be a little bit more direct, maybe try and be more expressive, have players more encouraged to try and play through the lines, so more through balls, more or be more expressive. So take more risk, be more expressive can be one way of helping. Increasing the tempo can be another way of helping. Another way of helping is to take off play out of defence if you're using it. Play out of defence will encourage your players occasionally to go, will make your players more likely to pass backwards when you're recycling the ball. And if you're getting into the final third, passing it around a bit and then going backwards, you're not necessarily penetrating the opposition much. In terms of defending, you might want to make sure that you've got more players in your rest defence so that you can get back and settle. So maybe making sure that you have 3 players back. You know, if you play with a back 4, maybe that's having a half back that drops in, or having some kind of inverted fullback, so that you're protecting that initial line. You're able to deal with transitions better, and then your rest of your players are able to recover, and you're able to make sure that you can be difficult to break down. So let me know if that helps at all. Apologies if it doesn't. Yeah, Mr. Tunafish, when do you use any? Couple of questions. When you say your loading screens are taking too much time to load, are you talking specifically when you start the game? So as in when you just go load game and you pick a game that way? Are you talking about when you set up a game and it's loading in the database to begin with? Or are you talking about when you press continue? Because there may be different things impacting it potentially. Not that I'm necessarily going to know the answer thereafter, but it might help a bit. Levi, thank you so much for being along. Loved having you in here. So when you press continue to pass a day, how far into the save are you? Only 3 years. Okay. When you pop to say detail level or things, is your estimated game speed particularly low? Never had this problems the previous FMs. I do find that sometimes when you set up a game, it starts okay, and then when it loads in the first lot of regens, that becomes the database size from there on in. So sometimes it can then start to slow down quite significantly. It might be a case of just removing 1 or 2 leagues, maybe ones that you don't need, but it does depend on how many leagues you've got loaded up. I mean, if you've not got many and everything should be okay, it's worth raising a support ticket with SI. I know that FM24 is not going to get much more support, but they might be able to diagnose something. They'll ask you to do a DX diag. They'll probably take about 3 days to reply. I think I got a response after I raised a support ticket. I can't remember what for. I think it took them about 2 or 3 hours to reply. Told me to DX diag. Took about 2 days after it, but I'm guessing this time of year they might have fewer people working on it. Budani, I like this plan, chat. Keep asking questions so that Mr. Streamer doesn't leave us. I'm sorry, Budani. Yes, I was literally, just before I saw your message coming, I was going to say, cool, what I'm going to do is I'm going to head off now, because I can feel myself hitting the wall as well. It's been lovely having you guys in. Off myself now. See you tomorrow, folks. See, I can't carry on without Tatsugiri. Tatsugiri has been an absolute star the last 3 days. Constantly being around, which I've really appreciated much. I can't go on without you. So, thank you, Badani. Thank you to Tatsugiri. Thank you, Mr. Tunafish. ACAB, I think he's already gone. Hollyfab, thank you so much. Nickname 123321. I know it's a pretty straightforward username, nickname 123321, but I have so much satisfaction saying that out loud. Thank you, Claza. Thank you, Chris. Hello, Chris Norton Walker. Goodbye, Chris Norton Walker. So I'm going to end the stream on